Hello everyone and welcome to Streaming Saturday. It's VM Campos. Welcome everyone in the chat there. Welcome Stevie. Welcome everyone that's currently lurking. It's another Saturday where I'm gonna do some Magic Arena, and we've got a big event going on this weekend, and I'm gonna play it live, and we'll see how that goes. We've also got a crack-a-pack. We've also got some ladder play, brawl play, question of the day, and all of that stuff. Whatever might be fun to do, but the big idea will be the tournament. There's a big tournament, the first of its kind on Arena. I'm gonna give it a shot. I have enough for an entry, and we're going to try it out, so we'll get to that. But let me just confirm that all of my webcams are working. I swear I'm a professional streamer. So we've got the amazing cam working pretty amazingly. Going over to the full screen cam, that looks pretty good too as well there. So we're going to have the book of questions as usual. Over on the web browser. Web browser's there. If we need to pull stuff up on the if we want to look at some web stuff, we have the web browser there. We've got the card cam, so we've got another pack of Kaldheim to open up. That'll be for a little bit later. We'll see what some real life cards we can get. And then of course the game right here. So as we can see by the schedule right down here, I already did my gold digging. I usually do gold digging as the first part of the stream. I already got that done last night, so I'm going to try a little bit of the ladder. And I do this just to have more people stop by. Hey, Toxic, how are you doing? And then we've got a crack-a-pack after that, and then we've got the tournament, the Arena Open, Day 1. And then after that, we'll see how that goes. And then, depending on the length of it, then we might still also do other things, such as another crack-a-pack. Maybe play a little bit of Brawl, a third crack-a-pack, or any community challenges or anything like that. If anyone wants to play their decks or test their decks or do any 1v1s and so forth, happy to do that as well. But that's the big plan for today. So the tournament is over here. We'll start it in a little bit once the usual VMC crew shows up. We'll talk about that as we get to that. As I showed, I have a real-life booster pack of Kaldheim to open up, but I also have I went for the deal that they had the other day, and I bought on their super sale, their super clearance sale. I did buy the one of each standard booster pack that they were selling a few days ago, and I think the trick about that is that Wizards was putting out a bunch of cool sale things in the last few weeks so that you used up all your gold to enter the tournament. But the joke's on them because you can enter with gems. Actually, the joke's on us. But I spent on getting one of these booster packs of each of those, so we'll open up that old vintage set of Throne of Eldraine, in addition to the one in real life. And there's a store deal. What's the store deal today? Anything good today? Just card arts. I already had a Yara, as we can see here. I like that Indulgent Patrician. I think the art on that one is really cool. The pink moon and the bats and the vampire munching on that guy's throat. I think that's one of the best arts ever. Alseid of Life's Bounty, and these other ones. Cleric of Life's Bond is cool too, so I don't care about any of these really. So no great deals today. Anything else over here? Just because you called it a great deal doesn't mean it's a real great deal, because I don't want to pay 99 real US dollars. Anything else here? The Kaldheim, if you want the borderless lands, that's 4,000. You can get the Planeswalkers. The art is cool, of course, but don't quite need them. Full art snow. These are the ones from Modern Horizons. I think the island is the best looking one. What does everyone think here? Which is the best looking snowland? this forest, which doesn't make me really feel like it's a forest for some reason, even though obviously there's green border and all of that. It doesn't look tree-like enough to me, even though I guess, yes, trees that are covered in snow could look like this, but it doesn't make me feel like a forest. Then the mountain, I think the mountain looks really nice. Spiky, tall, majestic mountain, pretty cool. Then you've got the swamp. There's the dark tones of a swamp, but I don't get enough of a sense also that it's like really, really swampy. I don't know why. And then the island. Wow, this one is another one that looks like a mountain more than an island. Even though I guess this is one of the few recent islands that is literally an island. There's so many islands that now are just like a body of water, and it's an island. So hey there, Mark. So we're just discussing the Modern Horizons Snowlands. Is one of the islands that actually looks like an island in recent memory. There's actually there and then water around it. Although it's a little bit more mountainous, I would say, than island-ish. And then the plains, I guess because of that blue, I guess doesn't feel as plainsy as well, but those are there. Full art lands are always cool and popular, so what about yourself? Which one do you all like? Mountain, forest, island, plains, or swamp out of those full arts? Any other deals? So we have a bunch of the... he's got a dolphin. A bunch of these other alternate arts, which all look really cool, but don't want to spend on those. Yeah, so there's no deals. There's no quite any deals today. Yeah, nothing that stands out for me in the daily deals. They haven't added any new avatars. These avatars have been here for a long time. Angrath. Sleeves. Oh, we've still got a million sleeves that could be purchasable. And then the pets. Jace is still here. Puppet Jace is still here. And then Bjorn. Okay, so we have an official name for this little frosty bear. Bjorn. Offer end soon. Again, that Puppet Jace has been there since, I'm pretty sure, one of the Ravnica sets, which is like 2019. I guess it's popular enough that people still think about it. Okay. So I was also saying that I have a pack. I'm going to do some cracker packs. I have one of each of the standard sets that I got off of the deal, and I've also got one in real life. So we'll get to that later. But I'm just going to play a little bit on the ladder, then we'll do the cracker pack, then we'll do the tournament. There's a big tournament that is going on this weekend. There's day 1, which you have to get very, very, very good wins to then qualify for day 2 tomorrow. And if you get very, very good wins there, you could win up to $2,000 US. $2,000 real money. You can get real money out of Arena if you're really, really, really good at Kaldheim Sealed. And so I'm going to give that a shot in a little bit. You're cooking dinner at the moment. Ooh, tell us regale us with what's in the kitchen. So I'm going to play a little bit of the ladder. I haven't done a much ladder this whole month. Where am I at here? I'm still silver. Let's see if we can get to gold on constructed for a little bit. And I'm not going to try to play anything 2-tier, but I'm going to play a little bit on the ladder just to see if I can get into gold with nothing too hardcore tier level, and just play a little bit with that as more people come to hang out. And then we'll do the cracker pack, then we'll do the tournament, I guess at the latest, I don't know, 8:30. That's about 15 minutes at the latest. We'll see about starting the tournament at 8:30 or so. Ooh, double Cauldron Familiar. The opponent will not like that. And we have the Murderous Rider, and I'm trying to get Bolus's Citadel out. They have Umori. So... the good old cat combo. So I think there's a new... we've got one or two brand new members. Okay, so we're playing Merfolk. Haven't seen Merfolk in a little while. Let's see if they have that one tree guy. No, but the Adept is going to be... okay, so they have the unblockable one. All of these... this is such an efficient deck that... everything is good here. They're going to be able to put counters on everything. But I'm going to get rid of that unblockable. It's not hexproof, so we'll get rid of that. So I haven't seen Merfolk in a little while. But it's such an efficient deck. Everything's 1 mana, 2 mana, and such. And they pull that one off the top. So double counter, sure thing. Guess what we need to do is get rid of that flyer right away. Got the Grim Tutor for some fun stuff. So the best course of action on that is Grim Tutor to go get something and use it at that moment, but we'll see. So that puts a counter on that, plus another counter. They're probably gonna, yeah, they're gonna spread it out a little bit. They missed the land drop, but that deck is very efficient. So, okay, here's another Grim Tutor. Let's do this then. Let's Grim Tutor for the Oven. That'll set up the combo there. We have another... okay, that's another unblockable. Ah, they should have put the counter on the unblockable. That's the whole point of it. Eight damage on that. Alright, this is going to be way better right here. So, gain a little life off of this. Gain a little life off of that. And then I've got the insurance of the Oven. So definitely Mist Cloak is going to be unblockable. They'll probably summon stuff to make it a little stronger. One of those. Yeah, they're still only at 2 mana. That's pretty amazing. Yep, so they're totally sending it off to the unblockable creature. Alright, so blocking it, attacking with everything there, no problem. Block that. Get some life off of that, bring that back. Double life off of that. Double ovens, okay. No real reason for yeah, I can double oven. That'll work fine. All right, so let's see how this goes. Someone pinged me, possibly. Oh, over here. Oh man. Okay, well, that's exactly what they needed. But I think I can still do cool stuff. So, yep, no problem. Alright, so we'll block this with that, we'll block that with that, gain some life back, block that one, do a block on that, cook the cat, bring it back, gain some life off of that, do it again. Keep training them. Gain some life off of Murderous Rider. Kill one of their merfolk. I could have actually eaten the rider, and then that way I I could have eaten the Murderous Rider and gotten a card. So we definitely have the unblockable Herald. So we still lost this one. So as you can see there, the power of that Merfolk deck in such a small amount of space, with just 2 mana, they were able to do everything. So we'll just let it go through, and we'll see about the next round. Now, do I have any board wipes? Because definitely this deck against Merfolk needs a board wipe or 2. Yeah, I have Extinction Event. So we'll put those in there. Anything else? I guess some more kill spells. So Wanted Assassin is the opponent. And they're playing the classic Merfolk deck that is very efficient. So as the opponent sideboards, here's one of the questions of the day. It is February 20th. Let's see what the question of the day for February 20th was or is. February 20th. What did you overuse today? So that's today's question. What did you overuse today? Now, when I hear the term overuse, for me, it always makes me think more as in like grammar or vocabulary and such. Like I said, radical too much. But I think since I do YouTube videos and such, I think I use that phrase and such a lot on my videos, if you do notice, because instead of saying stuff, I think I use and such a lot. So my deck's kind of slow right here for them. They're going to do a turn 1 play and a turn 2 play and a turn 3 play, and by the time I get to my turn 3 right here, they're already going to have 2 Merfolk at least. They're probably going to have 3 Merfolk by the time I can get to my, well, not really, just 2. Yeah, they'll have 3. Oh, okay, fine. So here they need to sacrifice something. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. They're gonna sacrifice their 2/2 because they want that unblockable. Yep, so next turn they'll probably bring in at least 1 Merfolk. Oh, that's a good one. Alright, so I'm gonna be able to, there's 2 more unblockables coming through. Have them do it again. They'll probably get rid of the 1/1. The 4/3 would be better there. Yeah, there we go. And then after that, alright, so I definitely need my extinction. Can I survive long enough, however? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I should be able to survive. Okay, so let's go get Extinction Event. That will definitely wipe them out, right? Because that's odd, and then that's even. Odd, even. Okay, so if they play their other... Oh no, they passed it away. So probably they're going to do the sleep my whole board right here. This deck can be very linear. Okay, I can live with that. Because that'll get rid of one of their things. You're going to pass with a bunch of mana open, so... Counterspell? Oh no, Crisis. Okay, so that's an even. Well, that's odd and that's odd. Turn 2 clock. That's not a Merfolk. So I have 6 mana in total. Yeah, I'll just do something like this to end it on my terms. So, yep, Merfolk still pretty annoying from when it used to be. Haven't seen a Merfolk deck in a long time, though. Let's see if we can get a different opponent at this point instead of the same. Let's see if we get a different opponent this time. Reaper, Sigma, 30. So come on, no Merfolk. Alright, that's a pretty mean opening hand. Let's see how efficient they are comparatively. Ooh, when I do the tournament, I should put on the World Championship sleeves just to further psych out the opponent. That'll be a pretty good idea, right? Okay, there we go. Okay, so what is the opponent playing? They're playing slow, that's what they're playing, but we get to see everything they have here. Demir Rogues, possibly. Okay, Epiphany, they're going to be able to put that away. That Sprite. Yeah, let's get rid of that at the moment. Let's see if they play their creature. It has flash. Okay, so they're gonna pass. They're gonna pass, bring it back to me. They're gonna counter spell my Remorse, but then that takes away their counter spell. Okay. You could do that. I guess it'll be more important to get rid of their counter spell or to get rid of their kill spell. Or how about their flyer? Raven form will give me a bird. Yeah, let's get rid of that counter spell because it's cheaper. They'll have their 3rd mana for Raven form or their flyer. Okay. Let's play another cat. Let's take out their flyer. So Raven form or bake. They'll probably bake the cat. Let's see if they turn it into a bird instead. I would prefer they turn it into a bird. They'll probably bake it. Yep, there we go. They can attack with the 0/4 if they want. And then there's the final look at their hand. Anything good? That is something good right there. So they'll probably use the Raven form at this point. So I haven't tuned this deck in a while. There's so many new cards that I could add in, such as I could put the Blood on the Snow, where it destroys everything and then brings back one of my creatures. That's a cool one. And then I obviously change my mana base to have Snowlands. Do we have one more kill spell? One more Raven or Bake? So anyway, yeah, I could put that Blood in the Snow there. And that Raven would be an exile effect, and the Midnight Reaper wouldn't trigger to draw me a card. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the opponent there. He keeps stopping on them because they've got a cake, like they've got a pie that they could be eating. I guess they're going to do the big brain play to eat it at the last moment to bring their life back or something. Okay, I could send my Grey Merchant at them, although I'd have to double block stuff. Guess I'll just send this in the air. If they attack with their 2/3, I can double block with Grey Merchant and the cat, draw 2 cards off of that, hopefully draw into my Bolus's Citadel. I always like the art on that gifted Aetherborn. Flavor text. A few Aetherborn have discovered a way to sustain their own existence at the cost of an insatiable hunger for the life essence of other beings. I just looked at this card carefully for the first time ever, and what I've got here, what I've just noticed is that this Aetherborn, it's not just, they are not just reaching over to the... It took you that long to play your freaking card, opponent? Amazing. But anyway, the... Ooh, they ordered that wrong. Oh, I guess they ordered it right somehow. But anyway, the Aetherborn, not only are they reaching over the table, but they are touching a person and they're dying, which I never realized. There we go, Bolus Citadel. Let's see if they get the message here that I am popping off. That was a big Bolus Citadel play as usual. Played so many things for a little bit of life. They have a Lynx which is going to lock down Ayara, sure. If they attack, sure. Down to 3, play that. Let's see about this. Draw. Draw a card off of that. Gain some life off of that. Gain some life off of that. I lose 2 life off of that. I can play that at some point. So they can probably lock... Okay, they're going to do that. Sure. 2 in the air. I have to be careful here that if I play that Murderous Rider, I'll lose 2 life. But if they don't attack... Okay, so they will attack. Fine. Let's play the Oven. After I gain a little life here. Double Oven. Bring the cat back. 1 life. If I can get 5, if I can get up to 6 life, I can if I can get up to 6 life, I can now I have to hold back. So yeah, I have to just be very careful here because I've got 2 ways to kill myself. So if I block anything that gets killed, I'm going to get 2 damage, and they've got 2 flyers. When this enters, if you cast it from your hand, return all permanents to their owner's hand except giants. Okay, that'll be fine. That will be fine because then I can draw 2 cards off of that. Thusly, and then that gets returned everywhere. Yep, that's fine. And then that uses up their turn. Okay, so let's set up Ayara. Okay, we'll actually play the land first, then play Ayara. Oh, snap. That was close. I didn't even notice their life. What was their life when Ayara came in? Or did they concede off of that? I didn't even notice the life. Okay, so anyway, so what's their strategy? There's just a bunch of blue stuff that doesn't really do anything. Yeah, what was their strategy? No, I didn't really see anything meaningful in their strategy. Maybe eventually get to a bunch of lands and then stuff happens. So we'll try it again with the same, no changes. So if my deck does its thing with the cat and Ayara just like that, then fun stuff happens. We do have to be aware that there is going to be a counter spell. If they pass with 2 mana, it's not so bad. So if I pass, and if they pass, okay, so it has to make me discard. That's fine, I guess. Bolas' Citadel. I'm still only at 2 mana. Hopefully they don't pass with another open mana. Foretell, okay. That is acceptable. Is this an unsummon? They have something with 1 blue. Nope. Okay, let's go tutor for that oven. So they probably foretold a counter spell. Aw, man, okay, they're gonna divest my oven. And they're also gonna have a counter spell, so I guess okay. So they're probably going to, I'm gonna try to summon the rider. That's weird. I would have thought that they foretold a counter spell. So they know I've got the Grey Merchant. There's something in Foretell. They have a lot of mana. So the Rakasha 5/5 cannot block when it enters. If you cast it from your hand, 1 damage to opponent for each swamp. Okay, get a little bit of damage off of that, no problem. I'm sure they won't attack. Then we've got the oven, which will do its thing. See, they might have divested that. That might have been a good idea. So now that Midnight Reaper will pay for itself unless they bounce it back. Let's see what we get here. So Obnexus, okay. Obnixie will do its thing. Guess I'll lose the Grey Merchant. Oh, they're gonna want to destroy it. Don't target it. That's not a good idea. If you want to target it, that's fine though. Yep, destroy what you want. Looks like they're looking at the Reaper. Okay. They'll probably attack with their 5/5, but then I can pretty easily... Yeah, I doubt they'll attack with that 5/5, but they'll probably leave a blocker, which is fine. Oh, okay, fine. More life for me. Sure thing, Obnixilus, you will return. So I can block that Rakasha totally easy with the Familiar. They still have something in Foretell. There, here it's coming. Okay, it's taking the extra turn. Okay, fine. I can have 2 birds in the air, plus it take another turn, which is fine. If they attack, that'll just be okay. We can do that. Okay, so I'm gonna need to block that Rakasha. Unsummon, okay. Sure. And nothing else, okay. Play that, try to play that. Play that. Having quakes over there. We've been having a few the past 2 days. Wondering. No, we haven't. Haven't at the moment. Unless I don't recall any during the day. Maybe I slept through some, but haven't felt any at the moment. Alright, Grey Merchant, do your thing. And let's eat stuff in the graveyard. How about Obnixilus and your Disciple? Might as well attack with all of this. So that Cauldron Familiar, because the Rakasha does not have any trample, definitely does its thing. So there was a okay, I guess I get to discard 2 lands. We had I remember being in this office 3 or 4 days ago, maybe 5, and I felt something like the house got hit with something very, very quickly. And then people on Nextdoor and even on the local news on Twitter, they were saying San Diego residents report hearing mysterious sound. And they said that the U.S. Geological Service, the earthquake monitors, they didn't seem to say any earthquake had happened. And then others were saying that possibly because we've got military bases around here. They said it might have been military bases as well that, or we have aircraft and such that, supersonic aircraft, so people were saying it might have been a sonic boom. So I haven't followed up to see what else it might have been. But that was the closest to an earthquake. It was just some sort of disturbance. Alright, so they're only going to do the air attacks on this. Okay. They might have a trick over here to bring the cat back. I mean, to get my cat. Let's see if they fall for this. Wait, I didn't want to attack. Oh man, I didn't want to attack with everything. Well, actually, that was good because then I forgot that the Rakasha can't block, so they're down to 1 life. I'll just, unless anything gets disrupted, I will. Oops, mass manipulation. So here we have a good game, and then on that, bring it back. Final cat damage. And there we go. So they're about to steal 2 of my creatures. And then the cat came back. So there we go. Oh, next, up to the next level there. Silver tier 3. Alright, so it is 8:46. I said at 8:30 we were going to start the tournament. Okay, so let's segue over to that. What does everyone think? Should we start the tournament? I'm going to do the crack-a-pack, and then if people decide, then we'll do it. So switching over to the. Actually, let me crack open the virtual ones first. I'm going to open the virtual one. So this is all of the. These are all of the sets in standard at the moment. Throne of Eldraine from late 2019. Then we have Theros Beyond Death from January 2020. Ikoria from April 2020. Core Set 2021. I don't remember what month that came out. I think September, maybe? July? I don't remember. And then Zendikar from late 2020. And then Kaldheim from January 2021. So these are the last ones. So if we think back, Stevie and I went to a pre-release for Theros. That was the last pre-release we were at back in 2020. And then the pandemic started, so we weren't able to do any of these pre-releases. And 2019 was Eldraine, so I didn't do one of those. All right, so let's open some of these. Remember this old vintage set? Apparently, I don't know if you can all see it here. I have a stat monitor, but my stat monitor says I've collected 92.6 of all of the Eldraine cards. So That's kind of cool for completion. But here we got, ooh, mythic wild card. Perfect. So I got one of those. Okay, switching over to Theros. My system says I have 88.3% of Theros. I got 2 wild cards off of it. Really nice. The Theros sneak peek. Yeah, way back then, I did really well. I got last place in all of that. So that was my last pre-release memory. But hopefully when we do the next ones, I won't be in last place. Okay, so I got the Euphemia. I don't care about that card too much. Nothing that I loved here, although 2 wild cards is good. Let's go with Ikoria. I like the concept of Ikoria a lot. This has got 82% completion. Got one of these crystals. I don't use those crystals very much, but cycling and mana fixing is good. And then here we got a Savai Triumph. Okay, so these triple lands are really cool. Next up for Core 21. I've got 91.8% completion on that. Bad deal, I love that card. The art and what it does. You draw 2 cards, they discard 2 cards, and then everyone loses 2 life. I definitely need that card in my real life commander deck one day. We got a Subira, Tulzidi, Caravaner. Cool strategies with that one, but I never really used that one. And then Zendikar Rising, the one that debuted at the end of last year with a cool like adventuring mechanics and party and all of that. I have 82.7 Zendikar completion. Ooh, I got another mythic wild card. I liked a lot of the cards here. I like the Malakir Blood Priest a lot. Expedition Skulker is cool. I like the art. Then the rare here is a Swarm Shambler. This is the one that makes bugs. Scute Swarm is better, but I'll take it. And then the latest and the greatest set of all, Coldheim, right here. If I crack that, this one only has 28% completion. I got a common wild card. I got another Herald, although I already have one, I believe. Ice High Troll, everyone loves that one. Invasion of the Giants. Don't play a lot of red. Hey Gabe, how are you doing? I was cracking some virtual packs. They had a sale on them, so I bought one of each. This is the one here. And I've also got one in real life we're going to crack in a moment. So the rare here is a Jor. This guy's looking so... the art on this guy looks like he's totally DTF. And if you don't know what that is, I'm not going to tell you. But he looks really, really cool. And then on the back side... So this is a triple color commander. I was just thinking about how they are not doing a lot of triple color commanders or legendaries in the very recent sets. But this one's triple colors. It's green, black, and blue. And either you get a 3/3 god, or you get his staff. So people have been using this card pretty well in a snow deck. You untap stuff, it does good stuff. That's a cool one. Alright, so let's do the IRL crack a pack, and then we'll do the tournament. Alright, so I have a real life pack of Kaldheim over here. It's one of the set boosters, the one that has like more interesting things than just the regular kind of booster. So let's open that. We have the Icy Manalith token. This is like a Manalith, but it comes from a creature that can make it. So it makes mana, but it comes from a creature that makes this, and then this makes mana. So it's kind of interesting. So that's the token. And then over here, the art card is this guy with a dragon's tooth or orc tooth or whatever stuck to his head. Never removed it as like a war trophy and such. Pretty funny. And it's Arnie Broken Bow. That's the art card. Yeah, the art's really cool, isn't it? In the background, you even see like his friends. Okay, so we got a snow-covered swamp. Very nice. Then a Valor of the Worthy, 1 white mana, enchant a creature, give it +1. When it leaves the battlefield, create a spirit. So either that it dies or gets exiled, so that's good. Or bounced back to your hand, you get a spirit. And the flavor text is pretty epic. If I am to die, let it be a hero's death. Skemfar Shadow Sage, 4 mana. It's a 2/5. When it enters, choose one. Opponent loses X life, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control with the creature type. So if you're doing a tribal deck, if you've got a bunch of elves, you can have the opponent lose X life. Or you can gain X life based on the number of your tribal creatures. So vaguely Grey Merchant of Asphodel, kind of, but not really, but tribal focused. Elderfang Ritualist, 3 mana Elf Cleric, 3/1. When this dies, return another elf from your graveyard to your hand. So it swaps out with your friend in the graveyard. Her fingers stiffened as the shrouded corpse stirred. Her final ragged breath was one of triumph. Return my chosen and grant our people victory. So someone coming back to life. Thornmantle Striker, Elf Rogue, 5 mana for 4/3. When it enters, choose one. Remove X counters from a permanent, where X is the number of elves you control. Or target creature gets -X, where X is the number of elves. So if you've got an elf tribal going on, you could do -X to a creature to finish it off, or to a planeswalker. Cool art. Return Upon the Tide, 5 mana. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If it's an elf, create 2 green elves. So not only do you get back 1 creature, but then it makes 2 creatures if you're playing an elf deck. And you can foretell it so that you pay only 4 mana instead of 5 later on. Tergrid's Shadow. I remember we were playing that mono-black Tergrid deck last week. This is each player sacrifices 2 creatures, and Tergrid could steal them both. You could foretell it and pay 4 instead of 5. Tergrid, god of fright, never acknowledges her own shadow or its murderous deeds. Poison Cup, poison the cup. 3 mana, kills a creature, or foretell it away, and then later on pay only 2, and you get to scry. So I like that. Take care of a creature and scry. Very nice. Then we've got the Old Growth Troll. This one's really interesting. 3 mana, you get a 4/4. And then if it dies, return it as an enchantment onto your forest. And then if you sacrifice it, it comes back as a troll again. So it's like the recycler troll. It goes from troll to enchantment and back to troll. I got a Yorn, God of Winter. Oh, this is the one that I just opened right now in the on Arena. But here's the showcase art card version. So 3 mana, 3/3, and when this attacks, untap your snow permanents. And then on the back side we've got the staff. So really cool art. I'm really enjoying. What do you all think about this alternate art? You know, compared to the regular Magic art, which is very, very good. This is more of a artistic, cartoony style of art. Any thoughts on the alternate art? You find them in all of these rare cards. Then a Grim Draugr, 3 mana, 3/2 zombie berserker, pay 1 in a snow, this gets +1 and menace. Got a foil Mammoth Growth, 3 mana. Actually, there's also an imperfection. See, there's like an extra bit of foil over here that they probably didn't want in this little corner over here. 3 mana, +4/+4, and foretell it, and instead pay only 1 green. So giant growth of a +4 instead of a +3 if you foretell it. The edging on that looks cool. You might have to carve something. Yeah, I thought right away when you were showing some of your carvings, this sort of detail. So is it? Yeah, it's a similar pattern on both sides, that curve and then angles. So this one's got the foil. Thus the long haul became a flat haul. And we have the token, like I said, the Icy Manolith. I thought for a moment it was Icy Manipulator, but it's the Icy Mammoth. So there's those items right there. That was the Crack-a-Pack. I liked getting the alternate art of Yoroff, what's its name? Yorn, and then his staff on the other side. You've been playing Arena to save up gold and get the Liliana Amano sleeve. Cool. And I don't know how long that will take. How long it'll be available. It's been available forever. If I go back to check it myself, over here, store sleeves. The Yoshitaka Amano Liliana sleeve has been there forever. But I sort of seem... No, it's always been gems and a little pricey, 4,000. So I think it's always been there. Well, since War of the Spark-ish, which was 2018. So sometime, let's round it up, since the beginning of 2019. Oops, I forgot to switch back to the game. Go back to the game. There it is. Let's say since the beginning of 2019, it's been there, so I don't think it's going away. Just like these other ones, these have also been here like since like Ravnica time, and that was also 2019 or something. So I don't think they're gonna go away anytime soon. But yeah, save up for that gold and get that sleeve. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I've been streaming for an hour. I'm going to take a quick break, and as you can see on the schedule, I'm going to do a tournament. There's a big old tournament happening this weekend where you can win up to $2,000. Obviously, the best of the best are going to be playing this tournament. It is sealed, though, so you don't have to come with a broken standard deck. You just have to make a broken sealed deck. So I'm going to take a quick break, quick bathroom break, and get my drink, and then play some of this tournament. So be right back. All right, we are back and we're ready to start the tournament. The Arena Open Day 1. Basically, you have various chances to qualify. You have to do very well, and then you can segue into the next days. And I wanted to show something briefly here, and then we'll get to it. I think I can show it this way. So I made a couple of cool coffee drinks today. I want to show those off for a moment. I got the bug to make a couple of coffee drinks, but actually what I want to do here first is show off the kitty. He came in again here. Actually, full screen right here. Let's say hello to the kitty briefly. I think he's going to be very, very frisky, and he's not going to be a very good good luck charm on the tournament, so he's just going to say hello for a moment. He looks a little sleepy. He was asleep over on the bed, and then I started to make noise with my drinks, and then it woke him up. So say hello to him for a moment, and congratulations to him. He just had his surgery on Wednesday, and he's like the next day he was recovering already, so he's so strong and energetic. So yeah, he's looking at my drink over here. He's like, "What is that?" No, that's not for underage kittens. You have to be old enough. So let me just put him outside, and then we'll start. Perhaps when he's a little more of a calmer disposition, he can hang out on the stream a little bit more often. But right now I wouldn't be able to quite concentrate on various things, because he's going to want to jump on my legs or back or whatever, and then jump on the table, and I got my drink here, and he wants to go where my network drive is, and everything's an adventure for him. So I'll talk about the rules of the tournament and such in one moment. Liquid courage. Okay, so he's a little bit more laid back. He was asleep on the bed, and I disturbed him when I started to pour my drink. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to show off. Speaking of drinks, I think I can show it off this way, the easiest way. If I think this will work. So pictures, camera roll. Do any of you use your camera's automatic online backup system to store all your photos in the cloud? So I made this earlier today. Let's see, I can drop it off right here. So here is a latte that I made with frothed milk. So it was the coffee and then milk that got frothed. So very straightforward. This was a latte. I forgot the ratio of each, and obviously as a real coffee snob, you have to have a certain amount of the coffee plus the milk plus the foam. And no, I cannot do foam art. Friend of the podcast, Keeb, made a really cool foam art where he drew the Twitch logo on the foam, and I can't do that at all, not even like the basic leaf that people do that. A soul ring, yeah, there is my soul ring over there, the revised soul ring that I bought a few weeks ago. I haven't put it in any decks because I'm not playing anyone in real life. Oh, I'm reading a phone call here. I'm gonna have to answer this because just one quick moment. Gotta answer this one quick moment. Hello, just one moment. Let me pause my thing here. Hello. Alright everyone, sorry about that. Just needed to take a phone call. A video phone call. Nothing, no problem at all. But okay, we're back. So I was just showing off very, very briefly. Then we'll do the tournament and I'll tell you all the rules of the tournament. I was just proud to show off this coffee that I made right over here. So this is a latte. It's coffee and frothed milk. So there it is. And then I also made this other one over here. I was trying to do a Frappuccino copycat. That's not whipped cream on the top, that's just more frothed milk. So yeah, it's coffee, milk, ice, cocoa powder, blended all together. It needed to be blended a little bit more. The blender was scaring the cat, so I said, okay, whoops. So I didn't blend the ice as much as I wanted to. It was still slightly chunky, and then I put that frothed milk at the top. So I kind of got the idea, and this came out nice overall. I was never a big Starbucks fan, but when you check out their drinks, they're good, but I just think they're kind of pricey and don't love their ubiquity and all of that, even though they seem to be possibly leaning towards positive social aspects. I just kind of always thought was iconoclastic against Starbucks. And now I read an article, and I don't remember if it was Australia or New Zealand, but I think it was New Zealand, that there was an article saying that Starbucks has been trying to get a foothold in New Zealand for 20 years and they've been failing. So they're going to sort of rebrand everything to try to be like more hipster or niche or something, or local grown or something. I don't know. I don't remember if it was Australia or New Zealand. Mark, any thoughts on Starbucks? But anyway, let's get into the tournament. Any thoughts on coffee? On all of you, on everyone in the chat, I should say, actually. So let me catch up on some of these chat things here. But yes, the Soul Ring is right there. I did put it there on purpose just earlier today, just for the keen-eyed people. This shelf, I move it around. Oh yeah, what's this one up here? No one, can't quite tell what that one is up there. And then there's a row of things right there. And then some anime right there. And then the classic Scott McCloud amazing work on comic books and stuff. So Robert Harris coffee shop. That I think that's what it was. Something about that. That the more local shop was just like no one was able to unseat them, or Starbucks was unable to unseat them. So that's cool. Oh, that's interesting. Most people, even if they don't like to drink coffee, like the smell of coffee. So that's interesting. It might be that you don't like the smell of coffee, but if you taste it, you might like it. Obviously, I'm not trying to convince you. And I was never really a coffee drinker for a long time. Maybe in the last 2 years or something, year and a half, that I was starting to enjoy it myself, especially when it's kind of homemade. Because I like to control it myself. Okay, so here's the tournament. You can either play best of 1 or best of 3. I'm going to play best of 3. And the rules of it are, it is a sealed deck of Kaldheim. So it's as if you were going to a pre-release. 6 booster packs, make a deck out of sealed. Now, it's a very high bar to succeed. Play until it's basically play until you wash out. 0 wins, you get no reward except for the cards. It is not a phantom draft, so you do get the cards. 1 win gets you 1,000 gems. Now it costs 4,500 gems to come in, so okay. You get 2 wins, 2,500 gems. You get 3 wins, you get back all of your entry plus 500. But the big prize is 4 wins, and if you hear that sound effect, you get 5,000 gems, and you qualify for day 2. If you want to play day 2 in this tournament, you have to get perfect 4 wins. And then in day 2, there's another very difficult gauntlet, and once you get to the top of that, you win $2,000. Anyone that wins the perfect 5 or 6 or whatever it is wins 2,000. It's not one person in the world. It's as many people. Wizards can throw $2,000 at a bunch of people, but you have to qualify with perfect 4 wins, and then the next day you can win. Who knows, you might be right. Give it a try, possibly, yeah. One of your favorites is caramel macchiato. You've been getting a coffee at McDonald's. You have a coffee tea at Starbucks. And milk it with tons of refills. Yeah, free refills are always good. There's a joke over here about Starbucks. Take the first letter and the last 4 letters. So this is the tournament right here. Now, they don't accept the tokens. I have 3 tokens that normally a regular draft works with. But because this is a real tournament for real money, you've got to spend either 22,000 gold. Remember last week I did a little bit of quick maths about saying, okay, I have this amount. I think I had 8,000. And I said, I'm never going to be able to get to 22,000 in 1 week. So I already spent some of it, like on other things. I'm at 4,800, so there's no way I'm going to pay for it in gold. I would have rather have paid for it in gold. But the funny thing is I did have 20,000 gold about 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. I think it was 20,000. But then there was a lot of cool stuff that was on Arena, and they didn't announce that this tournament was happening until I had spent all of that gold. So I think sometimes their messaging about all of this could be better. And so I'm going to have to use some gems. These are the ones that I've accumulated from various other winnings. So let's give it a shot. Let's see who we go up against at this time of day. I'm sure we're hitting a lot of people in Europe and other parts of the world. Oh, and then you automatically get the Vorinclex Phyrexian art. And that's funny. From a distance here, you see the Phyrexian font, but then when you zoom into it, you can actually read it. So the foil Phyrexian language alternate art of this card, I think, is the most valuable card that you can get in a real pack. And here it's just, this is the cosmetic, but you get this. It would have been way better that it was a sleeve. But okay, we get that just for our entry. Let's claim that. Let's open our pulls and hopefully we can get something cool. I was listening to Limited Resources yesterday, I think, one of the best podcasts about playing Magic, especially draft or sealed, and they talked about their strategy, and I think I remember some of it. It was mostly that green is like the best color in this set. Don't be afraid to do triple or quadruple colors because there's the mana fixing. And snow is one of the best decks, and that it's a slower format. So let's see what our pulls are. Okay, Rise of the Dreadmarn. This cares about things dying, and then you can make zombies off of it, where X is the number of non-token creatures that died. So the best way for this to happen is if you do the board wipe that kills everything, and then play this for Foretell of 1 black and bring all of the things that died back on your side. So this is only really going to work when a lot of things die and you can bring them back as zombies. So that seems kind of tricky. We have Secret, one of the gods, 3 mana. No, actually no, not one of the gods, but the god favored. 2/2 flash for strike, protection from gods. When it enters, exile up to 1 target attacking or blocking creature. Alright, so they can attack with their Vorinclex, You flash this in, exile it, and as long as she stays on the battlefield, Vorinclex is exiled for 3 mana. Ooh, Valky. Okay, we got a Valky right here. This is like the one of the best cards in all of the format. 2 mana. You get a 2/1 when it enters. Opponent reveals their hand. For each opponent, exile 1 creature card they reveal this way. So you get to exile their best creature, and then you can pay X, where you turn Valky into that creature. Or if you cast the backside, which is Tybalt, Planeswalker, 7 mana, 5 loyalty. As soon as it enters, you get an emblem, which is you may play cards exile. Okay, so anytime Valky Tybalt exiles something, you can steal it from the opponent. So you get an emblem right away that you can steal their stuff. So +2, exile the top card of each player's library. So right away, you get the emblem, you +2 into 7, and you're already stealing their stuff if you can protect him. -3, exile target artifact or creature. So whatever's on the battlefield, right away you can exile it. It goes into exile, and you'll be able to cast it, as long as you keep Tybalt. -8, exile all graveyards, which then lets you cast them all, plus you add 3 red mana. So this is a contender right away to do some sort of black-red. Even though I just a moment ago said green is one of the best colors. Okay, when you have like a really good Planeswalker like this and a very good card like this, you might just warp your whole strategy into it. Tybalt's Trickery, worthless. This is completely worthless in this sealed environment, because there's no way to like flip it into something good, and whatever happens that you flip it into the opponent will not be great. So that's a big loss right there. The Bears of Lichara, 3 mana Saga, create 1/2/2 blue shapeshifter, which I guess Grizzly Bear. 2, any number of target shapeshifter creatures you control have base power and 4/4. So turn all your... Okay, this one focuses on a shapeshifter strategy. The more shapeshifters you have, the better, because they all become 4/4s. Chapter 3, choose up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. Each creature with power 4 or greater you control deals damage equal to its power. Okay, so you've got your shapeshifters and you make them attack your opponent's creature or planeswalker. So, okay, this is going to focus on shapeshifters. And then Redain, God of the Worthy. She's a 2/3, flying in vigilance. The opponent's snow lands enter tapped, or non-creature spells your opponents cast with CMC of 4 or greater cost 2 or more. So if they are trying to cast their own Tybalt, it's going to cost 2 more. It's got to be 4 mana in total. Now people are saying that instead, most of these gods are a little better on the backside, the equipment. So on the backside, we've got the 4 mana Valkymera shield. If a source an opponent controls would deal damage to you, or a permanent, prevent 1 of that damage. Well, if they're attacking with a 5/5, it's going to do 4 damage. Whenever you or another permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability, counter it unless they pay 1. So, okay, it's an automatic counter spell unless they pay an extra 1. So it's a mana tithe, or it's the ability to reduce damage by 1, which is what, a Samite healer. So, I don't know, I don't love a lot of this. Valky's the best thing that I like here. A 2/3 flyer that slows down their snow strategy is fine. The Lichara is good if I get a lot of shapeshifters. The Rise is good if I get a lot of kill spells, specifically board wipes. Sigrid is okay. It's a 2/2 first strike flash. Well, it's better than okay. It's a 2/2 for striker that then exiles your thing, but if she gets killed, their exile thing comes back, and Tybalt's Trickery is completely dud in sealed. So that's what we've got to work with as the rares. Let's look at the rest of the deck. Got some gems. Okay, I'm just going to scroll through it color-wise, and then we'll break it down into creatures and enchantments and so forth. Snow-covered plains, okay. The podcast was also saying snow-covered plains is the worst snow-covered land, so okay, got one of those. Battlefield Raptor, they were saying this is good if you're doing aggro, 1 mana, 1/2 flying for strike. So okay, that's good for if we get an aggro sort of deck, which is red-white. Valor, this is the one that you give your creature +1. If the creature dies or gets exiled or gets bounced back, you get a free spirit. No, this is the tournament. This is the tournament, not Brawl. This is for the $2,000. Okay, Colossal Plow. This is pretty weird, but I got an Ox and the Plow, and this is actually a mini combo right here. This is a 6/3 equipment that must be crewed for 6, and when it attacks, you gain 3 white mana and 3 life, and you don't lose your mana. Well, crew for 6, no problem. There's the Ox. It's a 0/6, and it says this Ox can crew vehicles with its toughness rather than its power. So you get this Ox, and it'll turn on the Plow, and then you get a 6/3, which gains you life and mana. Doomscar Oracle, it's a 3/2 whenever you cast your second spell. Okay, so this relies on the Foretell deck. The more you foretell, the more life you gain, but it's just life gain. Not amazing. Iron Verdict, 3 mana, 5 damage to a tapped creature. Foretell it for 1. That's some good removal. Kaya's Onslaught, 3 mana. One of your creatures gets +1 and double strike. Foretell it for 1 instantly. For the aggro deck, there's a Redain I just opened. There's the Sigrid. Axgard Braggart, 3/3. Boast it to make it stronger. That's good for the aggro deck. Then we got the little kitty cat here. It's a 3/6 with vigilance. Foretell it for 4 instead of 6. Shepherd of the Cosmos, 6 mana for 3/3 flying. When this enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you'll take a small thing and put it directly onto the battlefield. So we got a Snow Island, good. We got an Annul, so there's a counter spell for an artifact or enchantment. We've got the Bind the Monster, which taps their creature, but then it deals damage to you. So some blue removal. Frost Augur, it's the 1/2, pay a snow, draw a card, then discard. No, actually, look at the top card. If it's a snow card, reveal it, and then take it. If it's not, you leave it at the top. Carfell Harbinger, 2 mana, 1/3, tap it, adds a blue, but only use this to pay for Foretell or instants and sorceries. Misaflejara. Just a little blue removal, flash it onto a creature or vehicle, give it -3 permanently. Pilfering Hawk, it's a 2 mana, 1/2 flying. White and tap. Okay, this is the one. Draw a card, then discard. 2 of those. Icebind Pillar, it's the new Icy Manipulator, but it only targets artifacts or creatures, not lands. Mistwalker, 1/4 flying, it's Changeling, Shapeshifter, so it counts for the Shapeshifter strategy. Pay 2 to give it +1/-1, so you could make this into a 4/1 flyer. 2 of them. Counterspell, saw it coming. Foretell it, and then later on pay only 2 instead of 3. Beholding Multiverse, 4 mana. Scry 2, then draw 2. Foretell it for only 2. So some good card draw. Inga Rune Eyes, Human Wizard, Legendary, 4 mana, 3/3. When she enters, scry 3. When she dies, draw 3. If 3 or more creatures died. Okay, so that might not happen as much as you would think, but you definitely get to scry. Another Shapeshifter, 4 mana, 2/4. When this enters, if you control 3 or more creatures that share a creature type, put a +1 on this. So it can become a 3/5 if you've got 3 or more of the same creature. And you also get to scry 1. Duskwielder, 1 black, it's a 1/2, boast it for 1, then they lose a life, you gain a life. Death Knell Berserker, it's a 2/2. When it dies, make a 2/2 if it was equipped. And then Valky, that's a game-winning card. Grim Draugr, 3 mana, 3/2, pay 2, give it +1 and menace. For the zombie deck. And then the Dreadmarn makes zombies. Doggy Pursuit. I thought I saw a video at some point that someone is saying this is one of the best cards in Kaldheim. 4 mana at the beginning of your end step. They lose 1 life, you gain 1 life. Jarl of the Forsaken, it's got Flash. Flash it in. Finish killing off the opponent's creature if they got damaged. Shadow Mage. It's a 2/5 when it enters. If you're playing Tribal, they lose X life or you gain X life based on the number of creatures you have. Skull Raid, the podcast said, is like just the best black, one of the best black cards, so definitely play it. They discard 2 cards, and if they don't have enough cards, you draw 2 cards. Carfell Kennel Master, it's a 4/4 zombie. When it enters, it gives 2 creatures +1/+0 and indestructible. Tergrid Shadow, it's an edict, but for both of you, both of us discard 2 creatures. Mountain, Snow Covered, Frostbite. So 1 red to deal 2 damage, but if you have 3 or more snow permanents, it deals 3 damage. So it could be a lightning bolt. Fearless Liberator, it's a 2/1, boast it for 3, make a dwarf. So that's part of the aggro deck. Hammersturm Raider, 2 mana, 2/1. When it enters, draw a card and then discard. Tribal's Trickery. The 3/2 Haste Berserker. Open the Omen Paths. Pay 4 mana to make 4 mana. Shackles of Treachery. You steal their creature. Attack with it. Destroy any artifacts on it. Tuskeri Firewalker, 3 mana, 3/2, boast 1, exile the top card, you may play it. That's the Impulse Draw. Basalt Ravager, 4 mana, 4/2, giant. When this enters, it deals X damage to any target where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a common. Okay, so if you're playing Giant Tribal, it'll do some amount of damage. Oh, this is the one that's got one of the. This is the one that's got one of the funniest names and types. This is the Craven Hulk, 4 mana creature, Giant Coward. So this is literally a giant coward, and it's a 4/4, but it cannot block alone. You have to double block with it. It's a giant coward. Dwarven Reinforcements, pay 4, you make 2 dwarves, or foretell it for 2. Smashing Success, 4 mana, destroy a land or an artifact, and if it was an artifact, create your own treasure. I like the art on that a lot. In green, we've got Snow Forest, Yespera Sentinel, 1 green, 1/2, tap. It's got reach and tap it. This is for the mana ramp. Tap an untapped creature to add 1 mana. 2 of those. Arachnoforum, 2 mana. The podcast this is worthless. 2 mana, enchant your creature, give it +2/+2 and reach. And Changeling. Guardian Gladewalker, 2 mana, Changeling. When the centers, put a +1 on something. It could include itself. Sculptor for ramp. It's a 2/2, untap a snowland. So I got a few snowlands. Glittering Frost, turn your land into snow, and it adds an extra mana. Notvold Recluse, 4/2 with reach. Ice High Troll, the podcast said this is one of the best cards. 3 mana, 2/3, pay double snow, make it indestructible. Grizzled Outrider's just a 5/5. Ravenous Lindworm, they said this one was good. It's a 6/6 for 6, and you gain 4 life. And if you look at the art, it is literally eating a poor little elk at that point. Two are running away, and one is clearly right in the middle of its jaws. There's no blood at all, which I find that hard to believe, because it's a PG-13 game, I guess. But that would have been a gusher of blood in any other sort of game, because clearly the only reason it's in its jaws is because it picked it up by closing its mouth and stabbing it with its teeth. But there's no blood on this, so probably the artist did draw it very gory, but Wizard said, let's keep this safe for the kids. Snowfield Sinkhole, so it's the dual land for black and white. Okay, so let's look at some of these sagas. The Black-White Saga, choose a creature you control. Until your next turn, all damage... Oh, this is the one where you redirect all the damage to your poor creature. And then, third chapter, you get to return that creature to the battlefield. We got Narfi, so if we're playing with a lot of zombies, this helps your zombies, and you can keep bringing it back to life with snow mana. We got the dual land, green, black land. Binding of the Old Gods, destroy any non-land permanent. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, ramps you. Chapter 3, your creatures gain Death Touch. Call the Forge Master, 2 mana, 2/2. It's a Dwarf Warrior. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, if it was enchanted or equipped, return it. And your tokens get a +1. So if I had a lot of, if I have a lot of equipment, this will be valuable for the aggro deck. The Three Seasons, for half a second I swore that said Three Stooges, but it's Three Seasons. 2 mana in blue and green. You mill 3, then return two permanents to your hand, 2 snow permanents, and then 3, choose 3 cards in each graveyard. Your owner shuffled those, so you get to return 3 things back. And there's the bears. We have the Shimmer Drift Veil, which will mana fix you into more colors. Choose a color. It gives you that color. It comes in tapped. Goldvein Pick. Equip this, give your creature +1, and it makes treasure when it deals damage. Raven Wings, this is a good one to go over the opponents, give them flying. Ruined Crown, go get a rune. I don't think I have any, so this won't work too well. And the Effigy, it's a 2/3 that you can play for 0. So this really only works with the Foretell deck because it costs 0. So those are my pulls. I have to think a little bit more what I want to do here, but I think if you look at the rares and mythics again, I think Tybalt, black, red. Can we force green into this? What are the green things we got? The Icehide Troll, the Shimmer, the Glittering Frost, the Jaspera Sentinel, the Sculptor. We could be green. Green-red main, and then a little bit of black to then cast Tybalt. Because then we have Snowland there. Green-black gives it that destroy spell. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to put definitely these these green things for a moment. Then in red, we didn't actually get any good red damage. Frostbite. Fearless Liberator can make a bunch of get out of your head. You were thinking the same thing. And then so the Liberator can make a lot of dwarves. 3/2 with haste. And then what's in black, and then the equipment as well. So, Skull Raid, that Jarl. So the Shimmer Veil for fixing, the Raven for going in the air. The cards you have, are you been a good day so far trying out the tournament. This is the tournament, and good day overall. I made a couple of fun coffee drinks, and we're seeing what we can do with these pulls. I didn't feel that the pulls were amazing, but it seems to be leading to red, black, and green. Alright, so here's what I've got here. Okay, I'm going to select the World Championship sleeve just to psych out the opponent. So, Frostbite deals 2 damage to a creature or planeswalker. If you have 3 snows, it deals 3 damage. Yeah, spare a Sentinel, tap another creature to give you more mana, so that'll be mana ramp, and I've got good amount of creatures. We've got Valky. The big reason we're ramping and all of that, the big payoff is Valky. Either play it early on and steal their creature, or pay 7 and then steal stuff even better. This format is supposed to be relatively slow unless you do get randomly battled against an aggro player. I didn't get any Birgis in here, no. Fearless Liberator, 2/1 on turn 2, and then on turn 3 I can make more dwarfs. Sculptor lets you untap snow lands, so I happen to have 1, 2, 3, 4 snow lands, so that'll be more mana ramp. Gold Pick as an equipment, to just strengthen your creatures and make more treasures. Raven Wings to get over their blockers. Grimdraugr 3/2 can become a 4/2 with Menace. Berserker, it's a 3/2 haste. Glittering Frost enchants your land, makes it snow, and gives an extra color. Will blue-red work well together? I'll double check again here, but in this deck, so I'm playing the sealed deck. I think these 3 colors here might work better. I don't think so. Blue-red do work in various decks, but on mine it didn't really stand out here. It stood out that it would be green and black-red. 4/2 with reach. Ice-Hide Troll 2/3 can become indestructible. The Jarl can finish off the opponent's creature. The Shadow Sage deals damage. Skull Raid makes them discard if they have nothing to discard. You draw cards. 4/2 Giant deals X damage to a target based on, so it'll deal at least 1 damage. But I have 4 Berserkers, 6 Elves, 4 Rogues, so it could do up to 6 damage in total if everything works right. Binding of the Old Gods, destroy anything. Then the Kennel Masters of 4/4 gives something indestructible and a +1. Triggered Shadow, board wipe. And then the Grizzly Outrider 5/5, and at the very top is a 6/6 that gives you 4 life. And then the lands. If more complex than you mentioned. What do you mean? Is my deck more complex than what you mentioned, or is it, what do you mean by the question? Okay, let's put in the Kaldheim lands. Okay, so then the lands, 5 swamps, 5 mountains, 5 forests, 1 dual land, and 1 multi-land. Let me just save what I have so far, and then I'll come back to answer your question here. So we've got that red, and we've got these blue. I don't really see a lot of amazing stuff in blue. Got some card draw. Have the Bind the Monster, Annul. In my case, the blue and the red are not a lot of stuff going on. In my decks, in this deck here, I don't think the blue and the red will work a lot, but in other decks, it could definitely work, in other sealed pools. But okay, so I'm going to take a screenshot at this point, and we're going to go for it. Here is my entry into the tournament. Let's go. Let's see who's playing at this time in the world. Hey, there's Ashley. She's live but not hanging out with us. That's okay. I'm sure she's trying to get her daily rewards. I'll message her right now saying, let's do this first. So play first. Okay, there's Valky. Turn 1, Skull Raid, a lot of green. The Sentinel. Okay, that'll fix my mana. Okay. I hope I hit it too. Well, we'll see how it goes. This deck can do stuff, so just send a quick message to Ashley right here. Hi, I'm playing the tourney right now on my stream. Smiley. Okay. So I can foretell that Skull Raid. Then on my third turn, I can Glittering Frost a land to force it into black. Okay, so I got a 2/2. That can be a 3 mana right there. But I think to set ourselves up, go that way. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 mana. No blocks on that. Pausing for them. I think they paused. Foretell something. Okay, that's fine. Well, I've got a kill spell right there. Perfect. Okay, so for the moment, let's weaken their hand. Our friend Kazuya said, Kamifire has been busy working something about lots of snow. Yeah, she's over on the east coast, right? And they're getting a lot of snow. And yeah, we had a quick brawl battle last week or something, and she had said that about... Ooh, check out that thunderous attack with haste. She did say that it was... they sacrifice their... Give all your creatures +1. That's a very good card. But it does cost a lot of mana. It's got landfall, which they don't count landfall. They don't word it as landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 human. So that's landfall right there, but it's very good. Give all your creatures +1, landfall, make another creature. You get an automatic 2/2 simply by landfalling. So see, they're also playing 3 colors. I'm going to weigh that down, sure. If I get 1 more mana, I can already bring out my Planeswalker. Ooh, that is my Planeswalker. Okay. Let's bring out my Planeswalker, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm bad at math. Okay, let's wait on that. I can bring out Valky and steal whatever they have right now, or I can wait to get 1 more. Actually, wait, my Binding of the Old Gods will definitely ramp me. So, I could definitely kill their creature right now and definitely get a land and definitely get out Valky. I think that'll be safe. Let's do that. Oh, it's pausing for them so that they might have a disenchant or something. Naturalize, whatever it's called. And then that'll not be amazing. Oh, okay. They have one of those. Fine. I'll still be able to get my land next turn. Bring out Tybalt. That is in the... Oh, I've got reach. Never mind. That's why it's pausing. Still pausing for them. And there's the land that I didn't need. Okay, fine. So comes in tapped. Okay, so that'll come in tapped. But then I get to play that anyway, and then I get to bring that out and then exile their creature. And then I get to replay it. Glad I said math, but not maths. I kind of say maths ironically sometimes because it's not common in the US, but yes, I would say math normally. Okay, so we can get to exile that. I get to play it if Tybalt will live. But they have a protection on it. Great. Okay, well. And they still have 1 more card in hand that is protecting them. Okay. Oh, hey there, Ashley. You were unapologetically falling asleep in the middle of a match when I reminded you. How's it going? I'm doing my first game of this match. The opponent has had every amazing card. I'm out of cards. I have just a weak little 1/1, and now I'm flooding on lands. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off, but we're going to sideboard, and then we will see if we can do anything else in this deck against this opponent. I didn't feel I got amazing pulls except for the Planeswalker they just killed. So unless I have a great removal spell here, they're going to take me out. Nah, that's not great removal, but can boast into some creatures. I'm like on a 3-turn clock. Still at 13 life. I think they got a lot of protection spells, and if I try to still remove that protector, I'm sure they've got one more instant protector spell. So I don't think we're gonna finish this one, but we have the sideboard. So we have so much mana to work with, but I don't know what else to do with it. They're gonna pump up their creature. Okay, so I have one more turn to turn this around. They still have some sort of instant. I'm gonna bring that back. Wow. Well, the only thing I can really do here is attach this as a blocker. So they had a lot of great cards, wasn't able to really pull it off, and they've got still 4 in hand, all the mana. I'm sure they still got a lot of protection spells, so I don't know how I'm going to sideboard into anything good. Boreal Outrider, they have 1 snow for that. Comes in with a 5/3, and this is the final land. Yeah, this deck completely fizzled. Anything to sideboard into? I don't know. I think we're outclassed. So they were just a creature-focused deck. Guess I could steal their creature 1 turn, but that's only going to be 1 turn. Yeah, I don't think this was an amazing deck, so I don't know. We'll see what happens, but don't really see any way to improve the deck. We're trying to ramp into good stuff. Guess we don't need that pick, and maybe Shadow Sage. Exile would have been nice. Hey, Keeb, how are you doing? You're just in time to see me play the tournament, but I didn't really pull anything good. So... this is game 2. How much is the tournament? It is either, I believe, 22,000 gold or 4,500 gems. You would have saved your gold. Yeah, the same sort of thing. I was close-ish to the amount of gold that I needed last 3 weeks ago, but then they announced this 2 weeks ago, so I had spent my gold, and I'm using the gems. So they have that priest, okay. So we have a total of 4 mana. What can I get with 4 mana? I can bring out 2 things at once. Okay, so we'll do that because they're obviously gonna grim Draugr me. Which is fine, but then I'll have 2 creatures on the battlefield. went 7-2 draft recently. Got a bunch of I think I remember seeing that. It might have been that screenshot that you sent, right? That was really cool. Congrats on that. Put a +1 on thing. Okay, fine, but you have to sacrifice your own creatures. So okay, here I can create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana in total. Can I do anything with 5 mana? Not really. So I'm just going to try to out-aggro a bit. They're down to 3 cards. Even if they get even if they put that wings onto something, I can block. How much snow do they have? They've only got 1 snow. They can only deal 1 damage with snow out of that edge, haunted edge. Okay, maybe I'm building a kind of a good board presence here. Maybe, crossing fingers. Yeah, I heard that 3 colors works pretty well on call time. I'm 3 colors on this too, and I'm not a big 3 color person, but from the last podcast that I heard was that, okay, they have 2 snow actually, so they'll be able to take out my big old spider or my sentinel. They're gonna equip their wings. Sure, I have a blocker for that. Oh, there's my Valky. Okay, can I cast Valky? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only 5 mana. I'm missing a land drop. Alright, but I'll be... Actually, wait a minute. I can cast Valky. I can tap all my creatures. Well, 1 creature. Okay, let's see if we can do math right here. Tap all of that. And then tap that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6. I can only do 6. Oh man, okay. Well, that'll still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll still maximize me. I should keep that blocker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could bring out 5. Yeah, I think it'll just be better to have strength in numbers. Actually, it works out fine. Oh, yeah, pay whatever you want. Yeah, bring out that thing I just summoned. Perfect. So I have a flyer. Oops, mana burn. Okay, so I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 1 more mana, and then I can finally bring out my planeswalker. Come on, 1 more mana. I missed 1 land drop at least, so not good. This is a nail biter. What are they doing on their side? Okay, so they can only have 2 snow. They've got a 5/5, whatever. They're tapped out. Fine. Oops, they're attacking with that, which I'm fine with losing that. That's got vigilance, so fine, I'll lose that. Spider versus guy, whatever. They can tap and deal 2 damage to something. They could probably... Oh, they didn't do it to my thing. And I'm missing another freaking land drop. God, okay. Fine. Well, when this enters, for each opponent, reveal, exile, until Valky leaves. We're going to kill it right away. I wish I had that land drop. Okay, guess we'll YOLO with this bear. They'll probably equip their own bear with wings, which is fine. Come on, one more land, one more land. Okay, everyone in the chat, send me all your power, all your good vibes, so that I can get one land, so that I can summon my Planeswalker and turn this game around and keep going on the tournament. Just like that episode of Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball, or whatever, where everyone sent their power to bring Goku back to life. Did I imagine that? Did that happen, or something happened? Everyone in the world together brought their power together? Or no, that was Earth. Wasn't that Earthbound on the Nintendo or something? Okay, way down. Fine. No problem. It kind of feels like they're struggling a little bit to do stuff, which is fine. They can equip their flyer. I don't care. Because then if I get my final land, I can Valky, I can Tybalt and then remove that threat right there. That will do -X, but not to a Planeswalker. And I've got plenty of defenders. So no attacks. Okay, good. Come on, one land. Here it goes. One land. Tapped land. Wait a minute, I can untap it with my Sculptor. Yes! I can untap it with my Sculptor. Yeah, green. Okay, so tap everything. Untap that one. Tap it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm still off. God. I'm still off of the... Still off of it. Yeah, even if because it came and tapped them, it's still not working. So they haven't used their priest. Attack in the air, fine. Attack. Berserker, whatever. If they pass that on to a, yeah, okay, that'll come back as a zombie, fine. Okay, here we go. Finally get our freaking land. Okay, so untap that. Retap it. Cast our Planeswalker. I'm going to have to +2 right here because when they switch their wings back to... Yeah, my Planeswalker's dead anyway, so I'm going to have to destroy their... just their big creature because they're going to... Well, I have a... No, I don't have a blocker. All that effort to bring it out and then it gets village righted. Amazing. Okay, well... That will be 9 damage if they don't block. They'll probably block with their Haunted and then sacrifice it to deal damage to my Winter. That's what I would do. And let's see if they value key. Oh, they're gonna take it. Okay, perfect. Well, they're gonna... Huh. Okay. Comes back. Still's got all those. Yep. So, Valky... Tybalt's completely dead. What a freaking waste. Okay, and then we can get a 3-2, hopefully. I don't know. My deck's totally fizzling out because now they've got that Rider. They're going to be able to bring their creatures in with +1s. What else can my deck do to turn this around? as this takes forever, here's the question of the day from yesterday. What's the most expensive thing you're wearing right now? Nothing at all. I just got a regular old t-shirt, regular old jeans. I guess these headphones. Yeah, now that I think about it, these headphones are the expensive ones. Probably like $99 or so. And, that's the most expensive stuff that I have. Your engagement ring. Yes, of course. It's being worn on your person, so that counts. Triple blocking that. I can live with that. That'll weaken everything down. Definitely get rid of that Outrider. Okay, so they don't know that I've got an attacker, but it's only a 3/2, and they have how much snow? They do have 2 snow, so that'll +3 on that. 5 damage to me. We have 1 thing in hand. I'm sure it'll be good. Fine, send those in there. Cool, they didn't get a chance to respond to that, so okay. That weaken them. We got 2 blockers. I can double block that flyer. Alright, what are we doing here? No attacks. Okay, good. Do I have critical mass of things? Do they have a flash flyer? They have a flash flyer, don't they? That one angel that they flashed in a little while ago? They probably have that one that kill your thing and it'll come back, but it won't work with a token. Oh, okay, they're gonna do a sacrifice. Fine. Still have a bunch of mana, 3 cards in hand, still pausing for them. They're down to 1. Their board is cleared. Can we possibly make it here? Hopefully they don't have a board, that one board wipe, the blood on the snow. That'll definitely be devastating. Okay, great. Okay, so we got 1. It's 1-1 right now, so if we get the same sort of result, might be able to win, but what else can I get out of this deck? Maybe we just have to keep aggroing them. Do I want to go down to... their own creature against them? Let me just look at my decks here a little bit. I'll answer everyone in a moment. Okay, so here it is, 1-1. Let's see if we can get it going. They get to go first. Frostbite will take out one of their things. Playing their tap land. Have the frost ready to damage it. Okay, set up that shadow to foretell it. Outrider, that's a good one. Still missing my green, so I have no blockers, but I'll be able to foretell that soon enough. They're gonna summon at least one creature with that rider. I have enough mana to then Tegrid's Shadow. Okay, good. And then board wipe. But it gives them one of those because they, of course. Okay. So, get a 5/5. Still missing that mana. Okay, so it's a blocker. I think it'll be more important to gain a little life off of that, and got a blocker for their token. That would have been great if it would give this the vigilance. I felt like I would have rather had vigilance than indestructible, but okay, I've got double blocks here if that'll help. They're foretelling something, but I don't have to worry about it this turn. If they attack, I can double block. It'll take down one thing. Probably have a combat trick, but at least it'll just keep decreasing stuff from their hand. Probably that 1/3 ability. Okay. Never got my green. Amazing. Alright, well. So I have an equal amount of mana, but I never got my green. Final flash creature, I guess. What else do they have under foretell? Alright, that's how it goes, everyone. Final land is a tap land with nothing to play, just green mana. Okay, that's the randomness of this game. Not relying on skill, but randomness. So that's how this fizzles. I didn't think that the deck was that good. I didn't think I got any real good pulls. And that's the end of the tournament. So we get nothing at all. Let's take a little break, and then when we come back, we'll see if we play one more time or do other things. Alright everyone, so I've got another booster pack of real-life Kaldheim cards right here. I have another one of these set boosters, so let's open this up and see what cool stuff we can get in real life. The question about the Python, no, I don't know any Python at the moment. It is, from what I've seen, like in the top 3 most popular languages. So if people are trying to learn those languages, JavaScript, Python, and one more, I don't remember which one, those are oftentimes the most popular languages, so you would be in good company to learn those. So you want to help me open these? You want to help me open these Kaldheim cards? No, not eat them, but open them. So yeah, Python. I would get into it. It is a viable language to learn. I believe they've got them at SWC, but I know that definitely over at San Diego Continuing Education, I know they have them there with some talented C++. Probably, yeah. I think those are the top 3: C++, JavaScript, and Python, according to Stack Exchange, which, yes, is a very popular site. It's not the #1 answer to all of this, but it is one of the most what is this cat doing? But it is one of the most famous sites for programming. So yep, so the kitty came in for a moment to say hello, and I need to check if his food bowl is full, and then we'll open those packs to see. Obviously right here he wants to take a bite out of me, so maybe the food bowl isn't quite there yet. So you bought a Udemy course that just came out that teaches you Python. 100 days of coding. Sounds very good. Yeah, Python is one of the ones to get into. It's one project per day. Ooh, that's pretty detailed. Okay, so let me take him outside and check that his food bowl is you've only done HTML, CSS, and one or two more. You took a JavaScript actually. Java and JavaScript are technically different, even though they have the same root name. So it was a JavaScript class. You have not delved into Python. That'd be the next level if people want to up their skills. Python is the next one to check out, right, Kitty? You wanna learn Python? You wanna attack some Pythons? Okay, be right back. Let me put him outside. Let me check if his food is adequate, and then we'll do the cracker pack. All right, so let's do our crack a pack of a real life booster of Kaldheim. Java, Python sounds like a coffee snake to me. Yep, the snake is going to drink coffee so that it can be hyper, so that it can then program apps. From your 4 days of doing it, it's very similar to JavaScript versus Java is two different things. Okay, so going to switch to the card cam. We've got some cards to open, so let's open another one of these set boosters. So I opened some last week, and this week again. Do you all have a kind of a sense of the difference between this new type of booster? Right, we get an art card. We get cards that are more themed together. This last one that I opened here had a lot of elves. And in theory, we should also be able to get more of the foil type of cards. So that's the big selling point of this type of booster. What's the best one I've gotten? One of the ones that I wanted was Blood on the Snow. That's the board wipe, the mono black board wipe. I think it's either 5 or 6 mana. I think 6 mana. It wipes the board, destroy all creatures, and then if you paid snow mana into it, you can bring back one of your creatures from the graveyard. So I've had a lot of fun with that one on Arena. Like in Brawl, you do a board wipe and then bring back your own commander. So I did get that one in real life, and I want it for one of my decks. So I would say that's one of the best ones I've gotten for what I want to play. I have to remember what else I've gotten, but let's see what we get on this one. You're interested in this Python? Yep, it's one of the best, one of the programming languages if people want a career in technology. So check it out. Day 1, you do a random name generator. Cool. Day 2, you had a tip calculator, and 3, choose your own adventure. Ooh, cool. That's pretty fast. That's pretty fast progress on that. So good that you're getting that knowledge. Snow-covered plains. Ice-hide troll. This is the one I just had in the deck that I was never able to summon, but it's supposed to be a good card because indestructibility. Broken Wings. There's a lot of flyers in Kaldheim, so this 3 mana destroy a flyer, or an artifact, or an enchantment. There's that Recluse. I had this one in the deck, 4/2 with Reach, Spider. Fearless Pup, everyone loves this one. Check out this little puppy right here. 1 red mana, you get a 1/1, it's got first strike, and if you boast for 3, it can get +2, so it can be a 3/1 first strike if you boast it. Sounds interesting. Is the Python a higher level of programming? If you mean high level versus low level languages, yes, in terms of it's not bare metal programming, that would be assembly code, right? And anything besides assembly code is a high level, because there's one extra layer of abstraction before it hits the metal, the silicone. But if you mean it in terms of high level, like a lot of programming concepts and complication of it, it's like any modern programming language that, yes, it's I'm pretty sure it's object oriented and full of functions and event listeners and so forth. Yeah, exactly, object oriented. Most of the languages we care about nowadays are object oriented. Giant Amulet, which there's plenty of others that are not, of course, like classic stuff like, I guess, Fortran and COBOL, but okay, so Giant's Amulet, 1 blue, equip a creature, gets +0/+1, and has hexproof as long as it's untapped. And if you pay 4 more, you also make a giant. So if you manage to pay in total 5, you get a 4/5 hexproof giant. It does tend to be higher level than Fortran. Yeah, I like to ironically, for those that are into programming, I like to ironically mention things like Fortran and COBOL and such, which are pretty old. But if for the non-programmers in the audience, they don't know that and they're amazed. But if you're, yeah, exactly. But as the if we know a little bit of programming, we know what that means. So one project was a ticket price calculator and a weight scale. Yeah, that's really cool that it sounds like you're getting into the logic of things pretty quickly. That sort of like boring stuff is very important to know as you get more complex. So it sounds really cool what you've been doing so far in that programming class. Hey there, Kirky, how are you doing? We're right in the middle of our crack-a-pack over here. And thanks for the follow as well. You'll stick to dovetailing and T-joints and other woodworking and Dremels and all that good stuff. Okay, so Bearded Axe, 3 mana, +1/+1 for each dwarf equipment and or vehicle you control, so your creatures could definitely get out of hand, but it relies on other creatures. Armed and Armored, 2 mana, instant. Vehicles you control become artifact creatures until end of turn. Choose a dwarf and then attach any equipment because they're armed and armored. There's the Plow again, 2 mana, 6/3, equip it for 6, gives you back mana and also life. Here we have Cosima, God of the Voyage, one of the dual modal double-faced lands. Gods, 3 mana, 2/4. This is the one with a huge wall of text, but basically exile her every time you play a land, put a counter, then draw cards later, and cool stuff. Or summon her as her boat, the Omen Keel, 2 mana, 3/3, cruise for 1. Whenever any vehicle you control deals combat damage, that player exiles that many cards. You may play lands, so you get to steal their lands from any of your vehicles. When the world ends, we'll need furniture built, not computer programming. Very good point. By the time the world ends, you can help out with broken electronics with your Python knowledge. Exactly. And next up, we get an Avalanche Caller, 2 mana, 1/3, pay 2. Make your Snowland into a 4/4, and it gains hexproof and haste. Then we got a foil Rune of Sustenance, 2 mana. It's a rune. You draw a card when you cast it. your creature gets lifelink, and as long as it's equipped, as long as enchanted permanent isn't equipped. Oh yeah, and then it also gives lifelink to a permanent. So cast it on your creature or the equipment, and they all get lifelink. And now here's something brand new also. I've never shown this on the stream. I have them when I open them another time, but I've never shown this ever. This is a brand new thing in Magic boosters, only found in the set booster. This is the Magic mini games, and there are 5 of them in Kaldheim. This is literally that, a Magic mini game. It's a mini format of Magic that you can basically do with a booster pack. This is called Base Race. I've never seen this one before. It's for 2 players. You need 3 packs. It takes 10 minutes to play. Objective: battle your way through your opponent's defenses to find their base camp before they find yours. So there's some setup, there's some gameplay, and what else? Some other kind of things about legendaries and so forth. In order to win, when a land is revealed in battle, its owner loses the game. When one land attacks another, the attacking land wins the game. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. You can check that out there if you want. But this is the... they started this, I think, in Zendikar last set, that they put in these mini game cards where it'll tell you how many players, how many packs you need, and what's your setup time. And it's just another of the many ways to play Magic. And you can only find these in the boosters. Obviously, you can look these up and then with your own, look these up online, and then with your own boosters try these things. But this is just more ways to play Magic in this new type of booster. So that was this pack over here. We got one of the gods, the Omen Keel, that avalanche color. Yeah, it's cool that it makes your lands hexproof and attackers and so forth for only 2 mana. So that's cool. And the Omen Keel could have been drawn better. Let's look at it more carefully here. So yeah, it's pretty dark, right? You can't really see a lot going on. They could have brightened up a few things or put some. I like how they have this sort of like blue foxfire or whatever it's called when you've got that electrical static on waves. They should have put some more of those lighter colors in the background here to make the silhouette of the boat better. But yeah, the Omen Keel. And then Cosima is another one that's kind of dark overall. They should have put more of the blue lightning or whatever behind her so you could see her a bit more. And yeah, we got the art card as well. What's this guy again? Jorga Yorn. So looking pretty cool with his little, hey, look at that little pet right over here. That was the second. That was the second booster. Back to the game over here. So yeah, that was my entry into the tournament. The fine. At least it went to best. It went to 3 out of 3. So that's what you want in a game, right? You don't want to lose 2 in a row and then it's game over and then it hurts the most. At least, okay, lost one, won one, and then the third one, unfortunately, it did happen to be horrible draws, and then, okay, loss. But it was three battles, and then that pull that we did together and such. So I think we're done with the tournament because it's extremely expensive. But... And I'm so close to more gold for another entry over here, unfortunately. So I guess Someone recently beat you with Ulamog and Mills 10. Yeah, I have a deck all about that. Let's play with that deck for a little bit, actually. Let's see if we can get the deck to work. So I have a whole deck focused on Ulamog right over here. Two of them, actually. Let's try that mono red Ulamog deck a little bit, and then we'll switch over to the mono white Ulamog deck. So see if we can get some shenanigans going on with this. So la 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 la. Forehead is the opponent. So there's Ulamog right there. But the idea is that if you mulligan just right, you will be able to do some really wacky things. Then in another game, you won barely. Someone used the Labyrinth of Scophos, which removes target attack. Yep, exactly. The good old... It's the good old... Maze of Ith strategy. Okay, so we're looking at Merfolk over here. Classical Gari Merfolk. I guess it's got to be Merfolk, right? Usually I don't quite recall seeing... Oh, okay, they're going to do double... Okay, so... Huh. Interesting. Haven't quite seen this before. That's hilarious. This is the trickery aspect of it. I gave them right away that spell to play, and then they're gonna get back what I tried to toss away. Ted Johnson, amazing. They just subscribed. Thanks so much for that. We're trying to get the Tybalt's Trickery deck to do its thing. They get an 8/8. Okay, so come on, we can maybe make it. Yeah, so this deck definitely you need to mulligan just right for it to work. It's not gonna do. Yeah, it's gonna be a waste of time to try to get this. Well, I don't know. I think 8, 9, 10. That's 10 damage. No, it's gonna be way more than 10 damage here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14. Okay, so I have one more turn to possibly turn this game around. Nope. Okay, well, that's the nature of that deck. Let's play the deck that is a little bit more about having agency. So the other Ulamog deck that I have over here is... This one actually got me to Mythic before, so let's see if that... This one actually got me to Mythic, so let's see if we can also write it into Mythic. The most annoying game was when someone used Thassa's Oracle. They won automatically. Yeah, there is a Thassa's Oracle deck where it's basically like nothing but plains. I mean, nothing but islands except Thassa's Oracle. And there's a trick to do there that they mill themselves all the way to into nothingness, but then they win with that. All right, so okay, let's work with this. So I get to go first. So the idea with this deck is just to ramp as much as possible, and then ramp into either Ulamog or they get a ley line, double ley lines. Okay, I guess that's. They've got their own ramp, but it's got to be versus creatures. Okay, so if I get my third mana, 1, 2, 3, 4, I could do the archive. There's their creature there. Okay, there's the next mana. Do the archive right here. After that, I can do the monument. Druid, fine. Tap into another druid, okay. So it screwed me up again there. The auto tapping, I have to remember that the auto tapping is horrible with this deck. It should have tapped my planes. It should have tapped my planes, but what it did was it tapped my colorless sources, so that's a big mistake there. Alright, so these druids also, and then they tap out completely, sure. Draw a card off of that. Another creature plus another spell off of that, amazing. They're popping off here. They got those ley lines, and then, yeah, putting auto pass because I want to auto pass. Everything gets big. Guess they have one more creature in hand. Everything gets big. They get to do it again. Well, this is game over. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Gain some life off of that. There's no way to survive this, right? 8, 15. Yeah, that's another game over. So remember the good old days, everyone, like 6 months ago when I rode this deck all the way to Mythic, with, like, almost completely unopposed. I haven't been able to recreate that. And that's when you get paranoid about the shuffler and all of that. But the well, let's see here. Okay, Union Jack is the opponent with the cool Bitter Blossom sleeves. Kind of really interesting art on that in terms of these like magic fairies that have these interesting antenna or feelers or whatever they are. Alright, so a life gain deck, we're obviously going to see Heliod turn 3. But then I have Wrath or Shatter. Let's see here, Heliod. No, Pridemate, okay. Not so bad. Okay, here we go. Healer's Hawk, sure. How about a cost reduction here? Do they have Faith's Fetters or whatever white aura takes down a planeswalker? So I have I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, and then game over. Okay, fine. So the deck didn't do its full potential, but the idea is just a bunch of mana rocks. They've got the board wipes just in case, and then ultimately getting to either Ugin, got both Ugins, or Ulamog, and there have been these explosive turns that things just perfectly line up for me. I've gone first, and then my ramp lines up perfectly, and I just bring out the amazing stuff. So I like this hand here, but we'll see how it goes. Since we are in... Okay, Llanowar Elf. Nope, we're doing another Merfolk deck. Okay, so I've got the Wrath of God for it. Just have to wait for it. Okay. So, got another one of these Merfolk decks, which is very efficient, but then I'm going to be able to wipe the board next turn. That's often devastating for this deck. They're playing all their lands perfectly. Okay, that's going to make them hex-proof creatures. Okay. One more creature. Oh yeah. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. If they don't rage quit here. So they have nothing in hand now. I mean, nothing on the battlefield. Or one or more of these elites. Okay. Fine. So this should be able to hold things back, hopefully. There we go, perfect. Alright, so... we have this inevitability now, so Ulamog next turn. And then they might rage quit after that, so that'd be fine with me. Just like that. See, 12/12 Ulamog plus exiled their best stuff. Getting some updates over here. Exile for Ulamog and counter. So to deal with Ulamog, you can do a counter spell on it, yes, but it will still do its trigger. So it's still going to do the to exile. What you need to completely neutralize Ulamog is that you let them summon it, yes, but then you use Tail's End, which counters the activated ability. That will counter their exile of your two things. Then after that, all you have to do is lock it down with pacifism or faith's fetters or something like that to stop it from attacking, or exile it with anything that exiles, because obviously it's indestructible, so that's not going to help at all. See, it auto-tapped me wrong again. I could have tapped my lands and then made my idol come to life and attack, but this, I keep forgetting, the auto-tapper for this mono-white deck gets extremely confused. And what's it doing here? It's pausing for something, so it probably has either a counter spell or something annoying. So we'll just hold back. Playing green, red, and blue. What's the name of those triple colors? I can never remember the triple colors. Green, red, and blue. What is that? What is that color combo? Or control magic. Yes, anything like that, exactly. Then it becomes your Ulamog. Tails End, yes. Okay, so they have double... I can Wrath that right now. Yeah, I might as well spend that to Wrath their ramp. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7 mana in total. If I get one more mana, oops, that's not a mana. Okay, just keep it safe there. Okay, so they're probably holding on to some counter spells. If I try to summon my Ugin, they'll probably counter it. I'm fine with that. Because then we're just trying to build up to Ulamog. So once again, even if they... Oops, they didn't counter it. Perfect. Perfect. Drop another land. Who cares? Got my own land. Okay. Keep doing that damage. Next turn I'll be able to place onto the battlefield. They could probably also have direct damage onto Ugin, which is fine. They're spending it there. Do I get one more mana? No. Okay. Just go for it here. Okay, let's place everything. Draw. All of these mana rocks that also get me stuff. So much mana. Has anyone heard of the cheese stands alone? I remember it from Unglued, Unstable, something. I don't remember what it does, but it's got like some really weird win condition, right? If you've got exactly nothing in your hand and nothing on the battlefield, something like that, you automatically win the game. Something like that. Ooh, mirror match. Okay, that's a waste of time, but sure. So let's really demoralize them because they spent all that time to cast that mirror match, and then now they don't have it anymore. And then we attack with a 10-10 that exiles everything. Oops, that goes all their fun stuff. Bring in this idol for free. Draw more stuff. Might as well get it out of the way before it's their turn. And we can end there. So, situation seems very dire for the opponent. So, that's my perfect scenario right there. If we go back... If you go back to the battlefield, this is the perfect scenario. Little Ugin, Big Ugin, Ulamog. That's the whole point of this deck. Just to ramp as much as possible and do some real shenanigans. if you no longer have permanents and it's your last card, you automatically win. Yeah, it's one of the from one of the unsets. There was unglued, and then unhinged, then unstable, then unsanctioned. So I don't remember if it was from unglued or unhinged, but the cheese stands alone. And yes, the artwork is literally one cheese in the middle of the screen, in the middle of the art, standing alone, and you can get an alternate win condition. All right, Pablo. Oh, they're gonna do the old conceal my mana trick. So what are we playing against here? White plus something. Okay, Selesnya, we got that druid. That'd be a shame if something were to happen to it. It's got hexproof, but that does not mean unkillable. Three, four, five. Foretelling something. Okay, very nice. While you're foretelling stuff, I will attack thusly. Next turn I can bring in Ugin, probably unopposed, and that'll cost reduction from my big Ugin. We have 4 mana in total. Selesnya colors, what'll that do? What are they gonna foretell in white? Probably their own Doomscar, probably their own board wipe. Oh, okay, Sarul's Packmate. Draws a card, sure. Double green, and then In Search of Greatness. That's kind of meta. They have Sarul's Packmate and Sarulf on that other card. Okay. So they get a free spell out of this. And if I can make it 5, 6, 7, if I can make it with my Ugin, with my little Ugin on the battlefield, if I can make it at that point. Hopefully they don't summon a thing to destroy my artifact. Well, if they did, oh, we'll see. Reclamation Sage or something would destroy my idol, which still would be fine because then I'd have the 6 mana. Oh, they did a scry. Okay. So if they attack, I can block. Oh man. No one plays with that card, but fine. Get a land off of that. Alright, next turn I've got Big Ugin, and then I'll wipe their board. You're getting ideas and learning. Oh, that's good. And feel free to ask questions and stuff, and we'll try to answer. 6, 7, 8, 9. So I definitely have 9. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I get Ulamog next, I have the land to play it. If they don't destroy my artifacts, I can play Ulamog next. And then exile, I guess, their Crumb plus their Greatness. Let's see if we get Ulamog off the top. Okay, Fear Switch Stalker, pretty good. Okay, even without Ulamog, that's fine. So we will end this person's career. Thusly, and once again it tapped it wrong, because I could have tapped it without tapping the idol, and then I would have brought the idol to life. You're off to bed. Okay, cool. Thanks for hanging out. Turning into a pumpkin. There is literally the card turned into a pumpkin in Ikoria. But thanks for coming to hang out. So, let's see how far we can get with this deck. See you next time if you can. If you can't, don't worry. Once again, you're 3 hours ahead, so what is this? 11, 12, 1, 2. It's like 2 in the morning for you, so even if you can't make it, I appreciate it. Ooh, ambusher, fine. Yeah, come on over next time. Alright, well, that's gonna do that damage there. Get that back. They're gonna hit big. Oops, they're gonna hit that one. Okay, I can live with that. That's, yes, go for it. Ah, man, they're gonna pick the other one. Fine. Okay, let's do this. Pretty epic. So how the tables have turned. Double Ugin plus an Ulamog. They only have food on the table. So they actually do have black mana in this deck. Hopefully they don't try to kill my Ulamog. Alright, so I'm going to be able to board wipe. Yeah, they're reading Ulamog. Big Ulamog, I mean big Ugin carefully. Oops, they've got a destroy on that. Okay, sure. I can live with that. Clear the board. Draw some cards. Play more. Draw more. Mind Stone, and then like, I'm done. Okay. Silver 2. I see Dasani is trending on Twitter for some reason. What did they find, like blood in it or something? Oh, I see. People are completely... People hate Dasani water, apparently. There's so many memes of people saying no thanks. Because if our international friends don't know, the US is getting a lot of... Oh, this is the exact same opponent? This is a rematch, eh? The US is getting a lot of snow and such, and especially Texas. They're struggling at the moment, like power failures affecting millions of people, literally. So the article said Dasani is donating how much? 6 18-wheelers full of bottled water. And then, of course, the snarky replies, why does Dasani water taste so trash? So, okay, anyway, let's get this going. We're getting very close to Ulamog. It's next turn Ulamog, so we'll just play the hand completely. There's no discard that will happen, so we'll be okay. Next turn Ulamog exile both their lands. That'll be the meanest to play, right? Alright. Pride Mate getting big. Double off of that, sure. Single white mana. Now they're down. Yep, so gain a life off of that. Sure thing. Pride Mate. Sure. Let's see if they double attack. Okay, you can do that if you want. Okay, so let's draw some cards off of this. And then draw a card off of that. And that's exactly what we need. Too bad, so sad. And then we exile their stuff. Draw a card off of that. There we go. Indestructible. Angel, pretty good. Let's see if we can pull another amazing top deck. Nope. Alright, but I don't have enough for it. Okay, fine. So are they able to do the final 5 damage? Final 5 damage? Did the sound go out? My sound is not working on Arena anymore. Can you hear me? But my Arena sound, I don't hear anything anymore. What about you all? I can hear my music. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm not hearing any of this. Oh, there we go. It started the sound for the rank. Alright, so Matthew 2218 is the opponent, so apparently they have to battle 2,217 other Matthews to claim that name. It's kind of slow, but we've got the... can probably draw something good at some point. And we've got the Shatter the Sky, Forsaken Monument. One, two, three, four. If I get one more man, I could do the Monument. Oops, Skewed Swarm. We gotta get rid of that right away. Right now, we can wait for that. We'll be okay. Even if they cultivate or something, we can then shatter next turn. Okay. Ooze. No big deal on that. Okay, let's do this so we can get that blocker plus cost reductions. That's a 4/4. Pledge, okay. Sure, I can still block. Bring out another blocker. And, oh, I forgot I can bring out Ulamog. Okay, there we go. Let's bring out Ulamog and get rid of the lands. And there we go. Please go over a deck you created in here. Yeah, go ahead and put it in the Discord. Oh, actually, Mark, I also owe you to look at the ones you sent me. Let me look at it right now. Silver Tier 1. Here's your decks. Take a quick look, and then we'll see about putting it together in a bit. Waking the Trolls, Battle of Frost. We got an Ugin in there. Cinderclasm. Are both those screenshots for the one deck, or is it two different decks? Alright, so if I don't have enough of the wild cards, I won't be able to complete the deck. But let's as it's standard, right, Mark? Seems like it's standard. So let's with no sideboard. Okay, so we'll do standard. Let's see about this. So, island. We'll put islands in a moment. So, River Glide. I've only got 3 out of 4 on those. Crag. Crown, I've got 3 out of 4. I'll put mountains in a moment. Then the bark. I don't have any of the bark channels. World tree. How many world trees do I have? Have 1 world tree. Cinderclasm, I've only got 1. Raven form, I have 1. Cultivate, got all 4. Behold the multiverse. I have 2. Mythos of Illuna. I've got both. Smashing Success. I have all of them. Only need 2. Storm's Wrath. I've got 2 out of 3. Frost and Fire, I have 2 out of 3. Waking the Trolls, I have 0 of those. Got Beanstalk Giant. Two of those. Ooh, Genesis Ultimatum. That's a good one. Then as for the Ugin Spirit Dragon, got all of them. Okay, then Arden Vale, got 2. With a Branch Croft, I have all 4. Field of Ruin, I should have them all. Jaspera, I've got them all. So what's the big idea with this deck? Because I'm seeing kind of a lot of mana fixing, some control in terms of removing, like with Glass Casket, Birth of Meletus for more of the fixing. War Master is about elves. So it's like elves plus fixing, maybe? Got the Drawbridge for haste. Banishing Light. Some removal. Have Basri Ket for some token stuff. I don't have any of the battle for Betragard. Elvish Ambush. Okay, Toski. I've been seeing people play that one a lot. It does. It draws you a lot of cards. Tyvar, Planeswalker, gives your elves Death Touch. So that's definitely for an elf strategy. Elspeth to get rid of problems. And this is at 76 cards. Are you sure it's for one deck? Because I'm already at 76 cards. Yeah, I'm at 78 cards. Let me just save it for the moment, then we'll keep. So it's 4 colors. It's 78 cards. Did I count something wrong? And that's not even counting the extra things like plain old forests and stuff. This list says 6 forests, and I only have 1 forest. So even with those, are you sure this isn't a commander deck or something? Because are you sure it's one deck? Because I put everything in here, and I'm missing a lot of the stuff that the deck is asking for, and I'm already at 78 cards. Yeah, I'm opening one then the other. That's what I was asking about. Are both of those screenshots 2 different decks, or are they all? If I didn't make it clear, sorry. Those 2 screenshots, I was asking if both of those come to one deck. Thassa's Oracle automatic win if number of tough cards. Yeah, I see some people do that auto win with Thassa's Oracle if they can get it to work. I don't think it's common enough that it's too much to worry about, but when it happens, it is annoying. Yeah, exactly, Gabe. I've seen that deck a couple of times. That no creatures at all, nothing meaningful in the deck except full of islands and Thassa's Oracle. So the trick is you have to just mulligan until you definitely get a Thassa's Oracle, and then you win the game. Kind of like this Ulamog red deck that we did last week and this week in terms of counter your own spell and then automatically summon an Ulamog. Alright, so if I look at the first deck, have all of these all of this type of mana to fix colors, plus the World Tree, Syndriclasm to deal damage to everything, Raven Form to destroy something, Cultivate to go get more mana, Behold, I think that one draws cards, Mythos destroys stuff, Smashing destroys their lands, Wrath is a board wipe, Battle of Frost, I forget what that one does, Waking the Trolls destroys lands, Giant Ultimatum gets stuff out of the graveyard, and then Ugin. I don't find a lot, I don't know, maybe trying to play it might change my tune, but I don't really see too much interesting in that deck. It's the Ugin is the top end payoff, which is kind of boring because obviously Ugin wins the game, but let's try to craft it now that I know it's one deck. But let's try that one more time here. So, Everglide, and then we'll see what cards we're missing and maybe try it out. So Crag, Crown Pathway, Bark Channel, World Tree, Syndriclasm, that's okay, we can put it together, not too much problem. Behold, Mythos of Iluna, oops, I should have it on the actual game, not the thing there. Alright, let me save this for a moment and then we'll fill in what's missing. So I'm just going to browse the deck for what I have missing, and we'll fill in some things that might be missing. Okay, just used a couple of commons and uncommons. All right, let's try out this. Let's try out this deck. So I'm going to play first against Navi, and then get a little sense of Sparky. Actually, get a little sense of how the deck, some things that might come up, and then we'll play against an opponent. If you look very carefully at Sparky, you will see a glowing skull. Okay, so see here, we got a lot of this ramp on turn 3. They're gonna aggro us. Okay, literally. Pretty funny. Okay. That's pretty funny. So this deck definitely needs a little bit moment to set up. They didn't attack. That is so weird. Or did they feel pity and then? Okay, so what colors do I need here? Triple blue. So one more blue. I haven't gotten any reds at all. Okay. I think I need double red on that because I have a blue mana right there. That's kind of funny. They took a turn off. So I have the double red. I can pay the blue in a moment. So we will get a green. I have one blue left. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage in total, but I can Raven form. Oops. That's not good, right? Whenever a creature control... okay, well that's... Well, the computer AI defeated me. Okay.
I was worried there for a minute.
Let's see if I can go back. Yeah, I don't think she's a dwarf, actually. Let's go back. Right here, Fearless Halberdier. No, Human Wire. But, might fit on a... Might be on a, might still fit in a dwarf deck. She can be an honorary dwarf. All right, so there we got beaten by the artificial intelligence. But let's play a regular person. See what happens with that. And then I'll check yours. I'll check your deck as well in a bit. Dark Lord. Let's just see here. So they go first. Cultivate here. Again, this is just into Genesis ultimatums. Another pretty bad hand here, but it's got the Cinderclasm. Now part of my part of this isn't a complete picture of the value of the deck because it's a pretty cool swamp. Because I'm missing some wild cards. I'm missing some of the cards here and there for some of the high rarity stuff. That's a pretty epic animation for only dealing 1 damage. Ooh, they have to lock twain themselves, eh? Okay. Alright, let's simply do it without having to do anything else. Okay, so right here, I guess that's fine. I'll draw these 2 lands to make sure I draw some lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus a 5. Raven forms something in case. They're playing mono black, they're duressing me. And then they see that I've got double Ugins. They probably won't go after it, even though they're obviously scary. Yep, they got 1 of the Ugins. Okay, they probably have 1 more duress as well here. Or they can keep damaging themselves with Lockthwaite. Okay. Alright, so I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that battle does 4. Another epic animation. Alright, living the dream. Let's see if they make me draw, and then they'll duress me off of that. Right, so I misplayed earlier when I did that saga. I didn't realize that I just saw the Ugin and I didn't put away those other lands. So all 3 of the Ugins were exiled. So hopefully I pull something good next turn, or this is game over. Cultivate, amazing. Okay, so yep, there we did that deck. There must be other things that I'm not seeing there, but I'm not really seeing anything interesting. It is a million different mana fixings for, I don't know, Genesis Ultimatum or something. Okay, let's try the other deck. Oops. So the other deck... offense, but let me just look at it before I put this together. So, what's this about? Because I see... Yeah, Spara Sentinel is ramp. Glass Casket is removal. Birth of Meletus is ramp. Elvish War Master makes elves when you summon elves. Okay, this is the one that's... Summon elves and make more elves, and then make angels, and there's a planeswalker. Conquers death. I don't know, I don't love it either, but let's see what we get out of it just to try it out. It's always... It would be interesting to see how that... How people... craft Field of Ruin to deal with people's amazing lands. One of the things that I do like a lot about this build is that this Elvish War Master, it's not legendary, so if you have more than one out, it'll just make lots of elves. Now there is a mono green spell that gives all your creatures at once, like +X or something, that someone used against me that ended the game well. So if this is trying to be a go wide deck, then that one green spell I don't remember what it was. Don't remember what it was called, but we might be able to find it. Okay, so I'm at... I wish there was an undo because I clicked on something to remove it and I didn't see what got removed. Forest, Plains, Castle, Amaria, Bosri, Elspeth, Tyvar. Yeah, I don't know what got removed. Maybe one of the lands, actually. What's my land count? 20. Yeah, one of the lands got removed. Okay, no problem. Put that back in. Then we have... You will have a word with him. Don't be so stern. But, there we go. We'll try that out. So, okay, let's try this deck out. So again, it's not... Part of the issue is that it's not complete because I don't have his full... I don't have his full deck complete because of the wild cards. I don't have every of the wild cards, like the rare ones especially. So it's not a complete representation of what the deck is. We'll see what it does. Alright, so I'll be able to get up my War Master pretty quickly, then summon a Preserver, which will make another elf. Birth of Miletus. They're playing black. I have a feeling they're going to be playing a lot of removal spells, so probably... Oh, they're playing the poison deck, so... it's just going to be about trying to survive. Okay, they have a removal spell right here, or maybe a sacrifice your own and then draw cards. I guess I could... Okay, I can make some... Want to be a little buzz when you're building decks. Creativity might happen. Okay, so if that survives, I can get a blocker. There we go. Next turn, Elspeth with CMC3. That's not going to hit Finn. Can I triple block? Nah. That might not be as wise. Loris will bring that back, but I'm still not at 5. Oh yeah, I'm at 5. I am at 5 mana now. Okay, fine. Auto tap all of that, just because we do need to get rid of Loris. Okay, thanks for the new deck. To be honest, I really don't like mono red decks, so it seems good, but I'm not interested in it. But mono red does its thing. So let's see here. Ah, another Finn. And then now it's just whiffing. Okay. One, two, I can add 5. I seem to have an 8/8 now. Sure. All right, speaking of Death Touch, let's do it this way. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. So everything gets Death Touch plus a +2/+2. Unless they have a blocker, they could flash in a blocker here. Yeah, it's totally dead for them because then plus on everything plus the damage off of the draw, so okay. So this one, it's since it's elf focused, it has that synergy, so we can play one more just to get the sense out of it. And then as I pull that up, we can look at Dark Lords. I'm gonna look at it here. General, what is here? Giant Amulet, Sinkhole, Cosima, Elderfang, Serpent, Poison Cup, Draugr's Helm. Okay, well that's got to get exiled as soon as I can. But they'll at least get one activation off of that Innkeeper, of course. Okay. Third turn. Ooh, Palukranos, that's a good one. That was a good one. And Maria's Call, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 mana to make some angels. Destroyed my wall. So rude. Another Innkeeper. What I could do is hold on to... No, I should have summoned it at that point, but fine. Well, it's doing what white likes to do, just to exile everything. Sure. So every exile spell. Do I have enough mana for those angels? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. I do, but then I won't be able to play anymore. Let's just summon angels. There we go. So double angels. They don't have vigilance, so that's fine. That cannot quite block, but that's okay. So I guess let's freak them out like this. So suddenly we got an 8/8, which cannot block. So they didn't quite read that. Yes, there is redemption going on with this deck. It feels like things actually happen compared to the other one. Because the other one was kind of like ramping into Ulamog. Well, we saw my mono white deck that was kind of more efficient. And that one was in 3 colors. I guess Genesis Ultimatum, but then what is it? Genesis Ultimatum I didn't really feel was getting too much out of their library off of that. Alright, so let's bring in... Yeah, you have to be consistent there, Dark Eyes, because you've got 2 names, one on Discord and one on YouTube, and I bet you've also got a third one on Arena. Alright, so I am missing 6 commons, 1 uncommon, 3 rares, 1 mythic. Let's see what we can put together from the missing stuff. So Avalanche Caller, Dream Devourer, Gold Maw Champion. Yeah, I like that card. Resplendent Marshal, Cosima. I'm removing these. No offense, but I'm removing these because I'm not going to spend a rare wild card on them. And I can do those because those are commons. But so then I'm missing 4 cards off of that. What's the strategy here? So 18 creatures, Berserkers, Clerics, Dwarves. Is it a Kaldheim only deck? Now there's a couple of things here and there that are different. Okay, I would add. Well, I have to add these myself just because the. Because I already have them in the deck. Ooh, you do have a Valky, cool. Search for Glory is pretty fun. Alright, let's try it out there. So, I do have things missing. Specifically the very high rarity. Oh, what's this? Where did your deck go? Why does it not let me play here? 2 non-format cards. Oh, it's historic. Okay, no problem. Let me switch this over to historic. Yeah, it's historic because we've got the Merfolk Trickster. No problem, just switch that over. Is this a bug? I know why. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. You have to do it out of this way. So it's 99%. It is historic. It's 99% standard because of the 2. There it is. That's weird. I didn't change anything all in the deck and it didn't let me play it, but I had to open it again. So the only thing that you have different is that Merfolk Trickster, which is historic. Everything else would be standard. You do have like 1 of each of almost everything. It almost looked like a brawl deck. So one thing to say right away is that for consistency you do want usually 3 or 4 of a deck of a card so that you know that you're going to grab it. Okay, I like this. So it does have these low cost ones right away. Depending what they have, we might play Valky right away or wait to summon it later. Now they are playing black, so they're definitely going to have removal. So I don't think Valky will live. So I'll play the Elder Fang to make them discard. That's always annoying. And then play the Avalanche Caller to give them a target to hit. Playing triple colors, fine. Put in the planes to be safe. Can I go search for? So it's going to be Legendary, Saga, or Snow. Could go search for Cosima with that. Never mind. Yeah, they're going to get Valky, that's fine. Then with search. Hopefully they don't have any more. Oh, Turgrid. Turgid is good, but yeah, there's a lot I can go get actually. Secret, do I have double white? I would not have double white. So I am seeing a bunch of fun cards, but I'm not seeing a lot of consistency. And on the triple colors, I have to confirm that there is a good amount of mana fixing. Because you have the variety of things. Okay, so you've got like double black for that serpent, white, blue, and black. So definitely the fixing is important. They can put one counter on their blast zone and then destroy my board, which is fine. So I luckily pulled one more black source so that I could play that Feed the Serpent. I like that it does... I'm gonna bluff them, making them think I've got something in there. In my hand. So I brought out Redain for the flying ability, plus Vigilance. Alright, so that's gonna weaken them, and then we're just running out of things to do. Okay. I forgot to see how many so we have 12, 13, 16, 17, 18. So right here I'm missing white mana. See, that's the issue. This comes in tapped. So I lost a turn here because it's too many colors. That's a 10-10 somehow. Yep, so... let me look at the deck again. Definitely the biggest drawback is that it's just one of each of most of these, so... let's pull it up right here. So, see, when I look at it here, so right now I had that creature I needed to get rid of, so Depart the Realm would have helped. Iron Verdict oftentimes will help, but that one just is this bad luck that they made it into a 10-10. So see, the problem with this instant of deal 5 damage is sometimes you run into 5 damage is not going to be enough. So what's way better is that Poison Cup, because when you foretell it, then you'll be able to pay only 2 mana for it. So I would not use those Iron Verdicts. I would get all 4 of the Poison Cups. Hey there, Ivan, how are you doing? We're looking at a deck to give a little advice on. Raven Form is fine, but that Poison Cup is good. Now, it's almost mostly Kaldheim cards, so is that something you wanted to stay with? Are you open to changing it in terms of other cards from other sets? Or only Kaldheim cards? Alright, so I'm going to put the Poison Cups and then remove the... What was that one that I said right there? Iron Verdict. I am also going to put the Feed the Serpents, all 4. That means I don't need the Raven form. This amulet. Yeah, we can turn it standard very easily, so I'm going to remove the Merfolk Tricksters. It's a cool way to get stuff done, but it doesn't synergize at all. The deck that you got it from when I told you what card that was, it was in a historic deck that everything was built to synergize. Okay, so Hunting Voyage will be useful. That's an amazing card, but it works best if you've got a lot of that type of creature. So if we look here, you've got Berserkers, Clerics, Dwarves, Elves, Gods, Humans, Rogues, Warriors, Wizards. So Zombie and Cleric are the most that you have. So if you want this Hunting Voyage to really do well, because it says, if the spell was foretold, return all creatures of that type. You can only choose one. So if you choose Elf, you're only going to get 5 things. If you choose Cleric, you'll get 8. Zombie, you'll get 9. And you've got all these other ones that you might not get. So Wizards and Warriors and Rogues, Humans and Gods and such. So that might be a way to help you focus it more. That's an Elf Berserker. So what did I say? There were Clerics and Zombies as the most. So like that Human Wizard, Zombie Wizard. To be honest, I don't really like any of these in a constructed deck. In a standard or historic deck for the ladder and such, in a constructed deck, I don't really like these equipments. These are best for when you are in limited, where you have less cards to work with, because this you have to pay the 2, then equip for 4, but if you pay 5 in total, you also get a creature. So similar to that amulet there, if you pay 5, you would get a giant, but if you don't, you get the equipment. So raise the Draugr is similar to that. Get them out of your hand, but I mean from the graveyard back to the hand. But I think still it's way better, this Haunting Voyage, so you don't need two of those effects. You just need this one, because getting back to your hand, it just, unless you can cast it right away. Where did it go? So it costs 2 mana, you'll get something out of the graveyard, and then if you can play it right away, then it might be worth it. But going from the graveyard directly to the battlefield would be better, because you don't lose that extra turn. Alright, so that Dusk Wielder is pretty useful there. I'll put this back into the Discord in a moment, but let's try it a little bit here. I put more of the removal spells. I think that was one of the problems in the last game, and it was only one game, so it's not a complete picture of the deck. But I do see it is sort of a little bit of everything type of deck, and if you're trying to have fun, then yeah, it'll be a fun deck, but there'll be the frustration that it's not consistent. So that's easier said than done, of course, that I can spend those wild cards relatively easy because I have a lot of wild cards, because I got them for free from Wizards of the Coast, #sponsored. But not everyone has that good luck, of course. So wild cards are definitely a commodity. So we'll foretell this away. Now on that second turn, it was a little awkward, because if I put the tapped land, I would have missed my second turn. Now I thought I put this on standard, but it's still playing against someone that is historic, so that's kind of weird. You're happy to see some synergy and first start working against a better deck. I always like to do if I can, I always like to do a turn 1 play. They're not always the strongest, but having something further than your opponent. So someone's playing completely colorless artifacts, so they're obviously trying to get into Ulamog and all of that. So you know, I do like this foretell stuff that's going on, so that's pretty cool. Let's get rid of their mirror, because that's just gonna that one gives you double mana, so definitely get rid of that. And because this got foretold, we can scry double tapped lands. So we need one more just to keep going, but then hopefully we stop getting them. Then right here we can boast. That's cool. Thanks on that, Mark. Yeah, the opponent's trying to do some sort of fun sort of fun colorless artifact deck. So that means they're trying to build into... Ooh, they should have played that Crystalline Giant. That's one of the best cards. Mystic Forge. Alright, there's that raise the Draugr to bring stuff back to life. I guess what I'll do here is hold back. Probably what they're gonna do is attack with that 4/4. I'll block with that 1/2 and bring in the Jarl and then finish off that 4/4. A couple of hoops to do that, but we can do that. Oops, Forsaken Monument's pretty good. That's a 6/6. Ooh, that's scary. Okay, fine. But watch this. I'll attack with that. Do a block off of that. So that's going to do 1 damage, but then we flash in Jarl to finish it off, no matter how strong it was. There we go. I could also... Since everything is snow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 5. That can do -5 onto something that could come at some point, but for the moment... I'll do 2 attacks right there. Alright, they'll take 4, very good. Alright, it looks like they're... Oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake, okay. Hate to use double cards on it, but have to do it. And then if they block all of that, that's fine. So the opponent is definitely trying to do an interesting colorless type of deck. Well, my problem was that I thought I had 6 snow mana, so that the Priest of the Haunted Edge would have minus 6'd it, but I miscounted. I only had 5. And that one doesn't count as snow either. So, so yeah, I miscounted how many snow mana. I had to remove that 6/6. If they didn't have that monument, it would have died, but I just miscounted. That has Summoning Sickness. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, they might forget that it's got flash. Okay, so they're gonna make a big old attacking land, which we can do again. Oh, there's the Ulamog. Okay, so GG opponent. We were missing a lot of land drops. Not sure if that's part of the issue of I don't know what else happened with missing so many land drops. It felt like lands were feeling a little weird. So yeah, the deck needs a lot of work. It's 3 colors is not a great idea unless you have a real good reason for it. I do feel that the deck is a little bit of everything, which if the counterspell kills it, but they still will exile 2 of your things. So yeah, the 3 colors. I don't think the 3 colors is quite helping you, and you need to focus on a bit more of the. You need to focus a bit more on the on a main theme. Yes, I am a little biased, but I did see a few cool zombie things. I did see a few cool zombie things going on. Yeah, work on it a little bit, and then. Oh, look at that! Thanks for sharing those Kaldheim code cards. See, like with this deck here, which isn't always perfect, it depends on the opponent, but this deck is all about, the main synergy is just get out a bunch of these artifacts to make more and more and more mana really fast. There are a couple of removal spells to wipe the board as necessary. Now this will be susceptible to a white deck if they've got disenchants and so forth, but let's see if they're creature based. Let's see if they don't bring out Heliod. Oh, okay, that's close. If as soon as I get my yeah, they've got their combo perfectly right here. So I have plenty of board wipes, so hopefully I can pull one. That's not one yet, so okay. I'm gonna have to keep waiting a little bit here. 6, 7, 8. We have 2 turns left. If we can get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I can get 1 regular mana, I can wipe the board. Looks like they have 1 final +2, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, come on, 1 final regular mana, 1 final regular mana. Great. Okay, well, see, that's what happens sometimes. The luck of the draw. If that was just a regular old Plains, I would have summoned the... If that was 1 more Plains or a Wrath of God, that would have won me the game, but then it randomly... The randomness of it. And then they were a little bit aggro. They got perfectly their opening hand in terms of turn 1, gain a life, turn 2, Pridemate, and the Pridemate just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But I have like 8 board wipes, Wrath of God plus, it's either 8 or 4, probably 8. So here, hopefully can get into that Hedron easily. Okay, so we've got, don't tell me this is another life gain. No, yeah, it's another life gain deck. Okay, so as long as... Okay, so next turn, as long as they don't destroy my artifacts, I'll be okay. Yes, I forgot to paste that back into the Discord right after this match. I'll paste it back in. I did make a few changes, so you can see that in just a moment. Okay. Three, four, five, six, seven, 8. This is my 8 mana, so now what I could do here is attack with Ulamog and then summon another Ulamog and then deal with their lands. Ooh, a Broodmoth. Okay, I need to get rid of that, of course. Interesting. Why would you do that? Oh yeah, because they can bring them back to life. Never mind. That's not even that impressive. Fine. Let's first of all exile a bunch of stuff. Let's see, they'll probably block their moth with my 2/2. They probably will let that 10/10 go through. Okay. Alright, you've got a 6/6. You had a 6/6. And then a pacifism, sure. No blocks, A. One card in hand. Johnny, that'll make a Pride Mate blocker. Oh, okay. That's a thing as well. Forgot about that. But that was actually very good, but because this is a colorless deck, a Johnny only exiles, pay 0, exile each artifact creature, so that was pretty good. Alright, got them back down to 25 life. They were up to 40 or something. Let's have Big Ugin pop off. How the mighty have fallen. Now they could still do a board wipe, but oops, we got one of those little guys. Sure. Then we can also bring these to life. And they're 4/4s because of the monument. And there we go. So, okay, I think that might be the last game at the moment. Climbed up pretty well. It was like on tier 3 maybe, and it went up to tier 1. So, I think that might be a good place to wrap it, but I'm gonna put the upgraded. It had some upgrades, but still could be improved more in terms of my look at your deck over here. So I'm going to export that and then say here back in the Discord version 2, put that in there, so then you can see what the differences are in there. Yeah, I think at this point actually one final thing. Let's do one final crack-a-pack that I had on my schedule, right? I have one more booster pack of Kaldheim cards. So I have one more right here. Let's open up one more, and then we'll wrap it up. So hopefully we'll get a really cool. So hopefully we'll get a really cool Planeswalker, or maybe some cool foil, and then after this we'll wrap it up for the night. It is currently 12:35 a.m. Pacific time. We have time for one final booster pack. So we finished with an Ulamog win, and let's see if we can get something else here. There's a pretty cool art right here. That's really cool with the light reflecting off the animal's eyes like they do. That's cool. And who is this actually? This is Kolvori, god of kinship. Okay, got a snow-covered island. Beskir Shieldmate, 2 mana, 2/1. When it dies, create a 1/1 human. Funeral Longboat, 2 mana, 3/3. It's got Vigilance, crew it for 1. Invoke the Divine, 3 mana, destroy an artifact or enchantment, and you gain 4 life. This reminds me of Divine Offering from way back in the 90s. Although I think they gained life off of it, or did you gain life? Don't remember. There's that Battlefield Raptor, very good aggro card. 1 white, gives you a 1/2 flyer with first strike. So you're liking this art card the most so far? Yeah, a lot of good art cards have been published so far. Stalwart Valkyrie, 4 mana, Angel Warrior. You may pay 1 and a white and exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than pay this. I heard on a podcast, I think it was Good Luck High Five, that they were talking about how one of the mechanics that they were going to do in Kaldheim was, I think, called Cremate, which was that you were going to burn something, right? So this is sort of in that idea. instead of paying 4 mana, you can pay 2 mana, but you have to exile your creature from your graveyard. So you're cremating your own creature out of the graveyard to then reincarnate as something else. So this is one of these alternate casting costs. If you've got a creature in the graveyard, you can pay only 2 for this instead of 4 mana. It's got flying as well. Starnheim Cursor, 3 mana Pegasus, 2/2 flying. Artifacts and enchantments cost 1 less. I always like cost reducers a lot. If you're doing an enchantment and artifact deck, this might be cool to add to my Nahiri deck. Now that I think about it, that Brawl Nahiri deck, that she's all about equipment. So if I've got an equipment cost reducer, that would be fun. So that would make like the 1 mana equipment cost 0. Starnheim Aspirant, 3 mana, 2/2. All angel spells cost 2 less, so it reduces your Sarah Angel deck synergy costs. Oh, yay! Yay! Got a Planeswalker! Kaya the Inexorable. People love this one. People are trying to get this card. Yeah, so we got Kaya. 5 mana, 5 loyalty. +1. Put a ghost form counter on up to 1 target non-token creature, so it can be yours or the opponent's creatures. It gains when this creature dies or is put into exile, return it to its owner's hand and create a 1/1. So you'll usually be doing it to your own creatures. If your own creature dies, it reincarnates back into your hand and it makes a spirit. So that's a +1. -3. Exile target non-land permanent. So right away, as soon as you summon her, she can -3 and get rid of anything except lands. And then if you get to -7, you get an emblem with, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may cast a legendary spell from your hand, from your graveyard, or from among cards you own in exile without paying the mana cost. So you can play all of your foretell cards for free. You can play cards from your graveyard for free. Oh wait, at the beginning of you may cast a legend. Okay, only legendaries. A legendary spell. Huh, okay, never mind. It's not as great as I think, possibly. You may cast a legendary if it's in your hand, graveyard, or exile. Yeah, so never mind. Foretell won't do anything because you can't foretell a legendary. But yeah, anyway, pretty cool card there. Exile, yeah, an exile themed deck sounds fun. We've got a Toralf, got a Fury. This is Magic's version of Thor because it's they have a hammer. 4 mana. You get a god. You get 5/4. Trample. When a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls is dealt excess non-combat damage, Toralf deals damage equal to the excess to any target other than that permanent. It's kind of a little bit weird. Let's say you lightning bolt their 1/1. So that extra 2 damage gets assigned to somewhere else. Yeah, it is weird and interesting. Look, I got 2 mythics in 1 pack. That's what this type of booster pack is supposed to be about, that you could get more than you bargained for. Now Toralf can be summoned as his hammer. Toralf's hammer, 2 mana. Equipped creature has 1 in a red. Tap unattached to this. It deals 3 damage to any target, and then return it to the owner's hand. This is so flavorful, like classic Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, right? Because Thor in the Marvel comics or the movies throws the hammer, and it comes back to him. To me, my hammer, right? So this is so flavorful in that way that you pay. It's equipped. Let's say you have Toralf. This is the complete flavor when you should automatically win the game if you've got this. You have Toralf, and you've got his hammer, and he's throwing the hammer around and doing 3 damage and coming back to your hand. So pretty cool. And it's giving the creature +3. Shimmerdrift Veil, it's the tap land that fixes your mana. Got a foil Dusk Wielder, so we saw me playing this one. 1 black mana, it's a 1/2. When it attacks, you can pay 1. Deals damage to them, you gain 1 life. And then the token is a spirit. Cool art on that. So that's another epic win to end the stream. I won with the deck, and I cracked this pack that had 3 really cool things. The art card, Kaya, and Thor. So, really cool final of the 3. I think out of the 3 that I opened on this stream, this is the best one. So very happy that I got that. I try to collect a set when it comes out, and the mythics are always the hard ones to get, but I got 2 of them right there. So that'll be a good way to end things. Thanks everyone to coming to hang out. Sorry the tournament didn't go as good as possible. That final game, mana flood. So, mana screw. I never got that green mana to cast my hand full of green cards. But that's part of the randomness of Magic sometimes. And so thanks everyone for hanging out. And I just released a video on YouTube a few days ago, I think, a brand new poison deck, Finn the Fangbearer. So check that one out at some point. I've got a few ideas for some shorts coming up. I'm going to do one of music, so check that out coming soon. 1 minute long videos. Don't forget the thumbs up. And when we come back next time, we'll play more Magic. Let's see what other events. Actually, the next event that's coming is Historic Brawl. That one's coming on the, I think I saw the 26th to the 28th or so. So I'm going to play some of that. I'm going to dust off my historic decks. Remember that Locust God deck we made a while ago? We've got the Zakama deck. All of those great historic Brawl decks that don't get a chance to play because Wizards at the Coast doesn't have historic queue for Brawl, but I hope they do that at some point. I would say that on Arena, Brawl is my favorite format, although obviously playing the other formats is still cool, and in real life, can't wait to get back to that at some point. In any event, this has been VM Campos. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. See you next time.